Okay, I'd like to call the Town of Rochester Planning Board regular meeting for June to order. If you would please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, God, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we'll do roll call first. Vice Chair Williams. Mr. Jones. Here. Mr. Jarvis. Here. Ms. Lindstrom.
Yes.
Mr. Pinsky. Anne-Marie Maloney is absent tonight. We have David Church and David Gordon here representing us, as well as myself, Jared Ross, is present. A couple of trivia comments tonight, a couple that I got from our town clerk. The population in the town of Rochester in 1703, anybody guess? No, was 334 people. In 1928, just a little closer than that previous comment, the town of Rochester had 3 post offices, which was in Allergerville, Kaiserreich, and Accord. And then in the summer months, they opened up a Minnewaska post office. On the planning board side for trivia, the first known written lot description of the Rochester area comes through the journals of Captain Lieutenant Krieger, which is in 1663. So today is Ancient Trivia Day. Sorry for the that. Okay, moving on. Yes, I would. So it's with great pleasure to introduce our new secretary, Jasmine Wilhelm. Jasmine comes to us. Thank God that she's here with us. And she's here and has taken a quick grasp of things and is doing a great job so far. We're looking forward to her success. Welcome. Okay, first application is PB 2023-167, which is Innis New York LLC. They are being represented by Nadine Carney from Peak Engineering. We have this slated for the public hearing today. And there are some members of the public here to discuss the public hearing. Do I have a motion to open? Okay, I do not need one. Okay, as we, sure.
You want a quick little from last meeting?
Sure, that's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Thanks, Nadine.
Yeah, so we were on the agenda last meeting for a review to add this utility barn building within the utility area for the NS project. We talked about there's no new water, there's no sewer hookup, is just really a storage building for their utility purposes. The board had some concerns with regard to vegetation and the view from the neighbors. So to allow us to be on this meeting, we did go and locate the existing vegetation. Actually, some of it was already located from the previous survey, and we submitted an updated plan with the existing vegetation shown, along with some photographs taken from Bank Street and in front of the closest neighbor's house. So you can see the view, and we did locate on there the approximate spot of the new building. And then there were some photos taken from the approximate location of the new building, looking towards the neighbor's home. So, so the board has that for their records.
Okay, great. So as we open the public hearing, here are a couple of items for the public to be aware of and recognize. The public hearing is for the public to express their knowledge or input about the specific project. The board will grant public comment to community members who have signed up on the clipboard at the table located at the entrance to the community center. Community members who have signed up will be granted between 3 to 5 minutes per person to speak. The opportunity to speak is not a question and answer from the board or from the applicant, yet the opportunity to speak about the application and knowledge of the property. Comments should be related towards the health, safety, and welfare of the town of Rochester and the project in discussion. With that being said, I will have, we will open the public hearing. I believe, Jason, you signed up first, if you don't mind.
Sure. Hey,
Jason, can you just state your name and your address?
Sure. Hey everyone, my name is Jason Lakaruba. I live at 30 Avo Road in Accord. Unfortunately, I did not have was not able to review the plans for the utility barn. But I will say in general, and I purchased my house a little over a year ago here in Eckport, so in the year that I lived here, my perspective is that Innis has brought noise pollution, traffic pollution. We've had people trespass. I own Avo Road. We've had a number of people trespass onto my property. Sound pollution from events, as well as their gear and different services, air pollution from their fires that they have and all that. And I think in general, I have a lot of concerns with Innis being able to do anything further. Right, there's already a spa project that has been approved, which now requires me to hire an engineer, a surveyor, and an attorney, because of my concerns about their leach field and septic tank on elevated land, which Peak Engineering, I met with Avo and Peak, they informed me that my slope is actually stable, which is news to me, right? So, how do these things get approved without due diligence? It seems like due diligence wasn't done to look at my side of the property. I wasn't able to attend public hearings because I didn't own the property then. So, I think we need to do better scrutiny on these projects. From my perspective, it is not a small business, it is a large business. And it has brought us as neighbors, a lot of pollution in various different ways, and frustration. Tavo has not been cordial. He's been polite, but I emailed him a year ago when I moved in to try to meet him and all that, and never got a response. And I just met him last Friday for the first time. We asked through the town to have a sign put up so that cars wouldn't trespass onto my road. That took a very long time. Then I asked further steps to be done, bigger arrow for them to put in their literature, proper directions so that traffic doesn't come on our property, and that has not happened yet, and that was requested months ago. So, if this utility barn will decrease the light pollution that comes into my neighbor, Tony, who's the first house on Avo Road, is really directly across from that area. If it decreases light pollution and any sort of sound pollution, then I'm for it. But if not, then I think, I'm against anything that Innis is trying to do at this point. Because I think, they've expanded too quickly, and, I think we need to consider the impact that they're having to the surrounding, the adjacent neighbors, right? We've been very affected by the construction. In the past, my neighbors had and myself in the recent spa, my house was shaking from some of the digging they were doing. And now I have to potentially deal with the unstable slope, which I didn't know about, which, if it is unstable or needs to be fixed because of construction, then that should not be my responsibility, but that's
Okay,
I think that's all I got. Thank you.
thank you. Mark,
Yeah, well,
you could just state your name and your address.
my name is Mark Chu, address is 16 Avo Road. Just to kind of chime in after Jason is, the main concern is our street. I mean, it's just Jason, myself, also Tony Kowalchuk. And we just want to make sure that our road is actually safe and remains to be safe. And that possibly with this utility barn, it doesn't cause more trouble for the neighborhood. So we just want to make sure that that will be the case.
Am I going to add on?
Absolutely.
Hello, Michelle Chu, Mark's wife at 16 Avo Road, also a member of the community. We've been at our place since 2016, and I actually volunteered for food pantry. So really excited to be part of this. But yeah, so I think another thing to add on is also during the initial phase of the construction of everything that's on property today, we didn't know what was happening. If you recall, most of that was done during the pandemic, and there was actually damage to our home. And so the road that is now paved going up Bank Street was not paved originally. And so it was a gravel, very bumpy, holy road. And from all the trucks going up and down that road, we actually have 2 cracks in our wall, of which at the time, I actually didn't know what to do about it. And so that's something that I'm measuring now. So with the addition of the spa and now this barn or this utility thing, we just want to make sure there's no further damage to our house. So as you can imagine, the amount of construction that's happening there on a constant basis is not just noise pollution, which is actually quite significant. We all live here for the peace and quiet of living in the woods, and we have now lost that completely within us. And then with the construction, we just want to make sure that there's no further damage. We're measuring it ourselves. I don't actually know what we're supposed to do about it, but just be mindful of further construction.
Okay, thank you. Any other members from the public here to discuss the Innes project that is open for public hearing tonight?
Chair, could one of the speakers show us on the map? I don't know whether we can expand that. We're able to.
Sure. So in conversation, Bank Street is the road that Innes is on.
Right.
And Avo Road is the private road that is adjacent to Innes's driveway.
To the left.
To the left.
If you're entering.
The other left. So it's the spur that comes off the bank
Yeah.
this
Yes,
year? Or this
And that's a
over here?
private road that Jason mentioned that he owns the private road.
Nope, so this is the driveway here. This is Bank Street,
Right.
so, and it's here, and then here comes A Road.
And that's your road.
If you turn in and you didn't
Turn to NS.
hold right.
Right, so Innes-
Hold right, you guys.
As you're going down the Bank Street, Innes is the first.
So you're right next door to Kowal.
Correct.
You last names?
La Caruba? La Caruba?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You're up here somewhere, yeah.
Goes adjacent.
Sorry, Mark, one.
Sure.
Point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you come up here?
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
So this is where Tony Kowalchuk lives.
Yep.
This is my husband and me, the
Yep.
Jews, and then Jason is up here.
Correct.
Spa is being built here.
Yep.
So this is that direct line to Tony's house. He already gets light pollution from the street lamps that they put in there, which he hasn't, I don't want to speak for him, but he hasn't been happy about it. So I'm not sure how much more light pollution is gonna come from that. This road goes to their inlet barn, and that's where all the noise pollution happens with their events, past, in our opinion, like normal times. When people leave that event space, their headlights is like directly turning into our property, which has also been part of the noise, the light pollution and quite unpleasant. But again, this driving up and down is what we are concerned about with the amount of construction that's happening up here on the spa. And then of course, Jason down here is where he's feeling most of that rumble himself.
Sure. Great. Thank you for that clarification. Board comments? Sorry.
I would like to make a motion to keep the public hearing open
I'll
because.
second
Because.
it. You beat me to it.
You want to finish?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I got a second.
On that topic, Zorian, you had your hand up.
Yes. We gotta like all in favor and not first.
Are you,
I have comments about the application.
okay,
After we all get through.
yeah, okay. So, Maren, I have a motion to keep the public hearing open. And I have a second from Rick. Want to have a discussion or do we want to vote first?
Let's keep it open and then have a.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, Zorian?
Okay, I have two issues with the presentation. Looking at those pictures, I think it's not sufficient what you have as a fence. And I think we should require, actually, report allow us to require a hedge either in form of wooden fence or berm of 20 foot wide, dense evergreen planting, not less than 6 feet high to be maintained.
And going back to original approval in 2018, I know it's not your responsibility, but the applicant was required to have their landscaping along the border, which never happened.
Where,
On the border of the property. For example, this plan I did out 2018, showing trees to be planted there.
was it up by the parking lot?
It's over the Bank Street, it's not the parking lot itself. Towards the border of the property, some trees planted, not the old trees that the picture showing right now.
I agree.
So they think it's well
much of, I
They
agree
do.
with much of what Zorin said in terms of some a better barrier for construction, and to soften it with some trees in front of the fence so that it's not obvious that it's just a utility barn. But beyond that, I know we're not the building department, but I've heard complaints about a number of things, so I would almost, maybe this is not the forum, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I would almost like to have a consultant, Dave Church, to review the findings and the decision that was made whenever it was made 3 years ago. Because
I believe he reviewed that already. Did you review this one? Not yet. Okay.
I'd like to see, make sure we did, this was supposed to be dark skies, so the point that there's a street light that's a pain in the neck or a pain in the eyes. These were supposed to be dark skies structures implemented. And I also remember the discussion you were at, Maren, about the headlights from the cars coming down that road and shining into the houses.
Not your houses, but you know, we get that Jig and Bank, there's that one house.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think we insisted in the decision that there be a barrier of some sort with plantings done there. So again, we're not the building inspector, but before I go and give them my vote one or the other on another building, there's some pending stuff, not to say, the least of which is also the noise emanating from the barn. Again, it's my understanding that all events were supposed to take place in the barn. And I've been led to believe that they're not happening in the barn, they're happening outside. And I don't know whether they meet the decibel level or not, but again, with the planning. However, they're asking for something, it's a simple something, but there are some pending things I don't know we've done. And I think before we do more stuff
Sure.
to a simple request, we
And-
just say, well, wait a minute, you didn't do what you were supposed to do.
Along what Dorian said, so we requested, we are allowed to have a landscape design, so the new stuff that we're doing, we requested more landscaping, all we have is pictures, we got no landscaping, and we can, as we said, have buffering or fencing on that corner, it's very close to residents, we can ask for berming or planting 20 feet wide with trees planted at a 6-foot minimum. Trees that are there right now are willows. Willows are short-lived, crappy trees. They're gonna die out. You're gonna have even less buffering. So they have to put some long-lived, thick foliage, shrubbery and trees to buffer that area when you come in. That and or a fence.
So, yeah, just to clarify, so, because I know we talked about, what was the existing landscaping, so we haven't talked about the landscaping up
Right.
until now. So, yeah, so as far as in this area where the utility barn to address the screening there with fencing and landscaping, and then we'll submit that plan for the board to review. So I'm not sure where this goes, but I would ask that since we need to submit more information.
Yep.
That once that plan is submitted, to submit that to the consultant to review, to be
Sure.
sure that it meets the code, because otherwise
You're looking at old information.
she's right, we
Okay.
won't have,
I wanna
this is the
compare
first
to
time
what
we're
we-
discussing additional. land.
Yep,
I want
that's
to
fine.
compare to, David, I want to compare it to what we approved first time.
Yeah, I don't want to do any of that until I get the new plan from
Oh,
them.
yeah.
And then they can start. That's fine.
And
Dorian?
also, Nadine, dense tree line, looking at the pictures, I don't see a dense tree line on the pictures unless I'm looking at the wrong view.
Sure, so,
That my idea of dense tree line would be an existing dense tree line of trees that are 6 to 10 feet on center from each other.
right.
And are made up of things like conifers, which are dense. Willow
So if you
is
look at
not
photo
dense.
number 4, it points to the little yellow flags where the proposed utility
Right.
barn is going. And then you do see the base of the willows, and then across the drive, that is the dense tree line on the other side of.
Where is the houses of the people?
They're
You can
behind-
see, you
they're
can't see
behind.
the houses.
Houses are behind
Wonderful.
the
Right,
Okay.
right.
All the houses, Kowal checks, the shoes.
Right, that's looking straight, so if you're standing. You're standing in the parking lot, looking
There,
towards
that
the
way.
access road that goes up
Make it
to
bigger?
the resort, looking at towards the neighbors' properties.
Okay,
So
so-
looking straight on there, that's what's right there,
So I'm looking at picture number 4.
yeah,
I'm looking at where you took it from, whoever.
right.
And I'm looking out towards the road, Eagle Road. And that dense tree line on this plan shows it going all the way up, much further than what is on,
Rick, this is the driveway for Innis, this right here.
right,
This is the tree line. On the other side of the tree line is Avo Road.
right. But
Right,
that
that
tree
utility
line on the tree line on this plan goes much.
Hang on, guys, hang on.
Goes much further than what it is right now. Is said to be much further to the left. It's not on the.
No, it doesn't go all the way to the road,
that's-
so it is difficult, you know.
Right, that's the thing, it doesn't go all the way to the.
But yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do,
This
so but we
shows it
can
to be-
provide dense
To be much further than what it's showing.
right between there, like from behind the
So
barn,
let's schedule.
between the barn and the,
Right. So my question here is, the dense tree line that we're looking at, is somewhat irrelevant to this case because if someone else owns it, or is that in his
No.
land?
no,
That's-
it is,
That's in
it's
his land?
it's between the road that goes to, Innis and the other roads.
Right,
Some of the
that-
vegetation's on Innis property, some on the other property, and it goes all the way.
Because another way to, well, first of all, I think the maintenance entering a place, I don't know why it's $1,200 a night, look at a maintenance shelter, but that is irrelevant to this. But, so it should be on the side of where the new construction is, that should have some combination of landscaping that's evergreen and some kind of nice fencing or whatever, one or the other or both. And if they own on the other side, they could also augment on that side to protect the neighbors by having, once again, evergreen trees and that dense foliage
Right.
with dense here.
So we can propose it, so when you come in Bank Street, before you make the turn to go to Avo or up here, we can start the screening from this and wrap it all the way around. So we
Show
basically,
that on the new plan.
Yeah,
that's
that would be
what
good.
I'm saying, that's
So-
what we will add to the. new
So
plan.
Nadine, where we're gonna,
That's
where we're gonna end with this is you're going to provide an updated map set with landscaping plan that is
Yeah.
adequate for the board,
Yeah, yeah.
based on our code. Zorian,
And then,
what?
go ahead,
Here's one more question.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, the issue about noise pollution, considering practice, what is going on in reality, I would think it's important to request them to take ambient measurements around where the warehouse gonna be.
Well, this application is only about the utilities there.
That's what he's saying, around the utility should be considered.
So in case some piece of equipment brought there, and nobody knows that there was requirements for noise control, that could be compared to the ambient temperatures. So I would put it on a record. of
So
the application.
his idea is, right now we have an ambient noise and it's noisy at that corner, it's noisy because of different things. If we take a sound reading right now, without a barn, which will block some of it, and without all of the landscaping, which will block some of it, let's find out what our ambient noise is at the periphery of their properties. So then we can see, when you put this in, if this ameliorates the situation by adding in landscaping and also adding in a structure actually will block some degree of noise. So we have something to compare it to, since we clearly have an endemic noise problem. It's pretty easy to do a noise reading right now.
Did we have one on the last application? Do you remember?
Yes, we did have a noise reading at all of the periphery.
And all the-
But
we had
on the
numerous
original,
Yeah,
points-
on the original.
Numerous points because the property is not square.
Sure.
There were many points where they did the.
And it met,
Well,
time?
assuming that all the noise was happening inside the barn. It
You
meant
went back,
standards.
you went back.
Outside of the barn, it wouldn't be the standards, as I recall.
I will say that, the applicant will comply with getting that reading if the board requires. The placement of this building and shrubbery will not have any impact one way or another on any noise coming from the event barn.
Right.
On the token of lights, it is being placed on the edge of that drive where lights are already, so it may block two of those lights. There won't be lights added to it, but as far as noise, based on the elevation of it and where it is in relation to the event barn and the neighbors, it really will not have any effect on.
Nadine, I want to clarify this. I mean, not noise from the vendor, but in case in that warehouse area when it's basically kind of utility, people working, someday somebody gonna bring a piece of equipment and keep working on it. And equipment will be making noise. So then it would be clear how much it's increased. It would be compared to the ambient that was taken when that equipment wasn't there. Because, right, like now I can give you an example, in the event bar, if approval by the planning board was condition, certain condition, now they put the music outside of the bar, and nobody ever knew or nobody ever informed current management that they're not supposed to do that. So what I'm trying to say is that utility area, if somebody bring noisy equipment doing something there, it will be clear that it's basically was not considered during application of for the utility plan.
What's the function of this new utility barn? Is it a carpenter's shop or is it a
No,
storage?
it's
of-
primarily storage of vehicles and equipment.
No. fuel?
There's not even electric or anything in it. Yeah.
Oh,
So I think what Dorian's point is.
There's not even a foundation on gravel.
At this juncture, this is a project that keeps moving. We keep adding things, which that happens all the time in projects. We don't, so we had an ambient noise read around all the periphery of everything previously. Now we're changing it yet again because we've added a spa. They're quiet, obviously spas usually, but we're now adding maintenance area. Maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they need even bigger equipment. They need something else. So now we will have a new baseline number to know that this is what it sounds like at the edge, given what we're doing right now, so we can compare it if they continue to expand. It's taking a baseline, not that this is gonna make it more noisy, probably will make it less noisy, but we have a baseline, that a new baseline, because the project is different now. That's the point. It's pretty easy.
And
Am I allowed
are
to
we
say anything,
looking right at this specific
That area.
location?
Yeah.
Just that location.
That's,
And then
Okay.
when you do the barrier, just because it's fire, I always suggest you use deciduous trees, you use conifers, white spruce.
yeah,
norway Spruce.
there
Colorado
has
spruce.
been, it was very old, the landscape architect, when they were talking about building this, it was just a hand sketch of, some things that they were gonna put up, so, yeah, we can definitely look at that and see.
Nadine, be prepared to do a bond on that as well, because we're gonna need to make sure that that's something that's gonna be enforced in the future as well. In the event the trees die, we'll have to pay to have them replaced. Things like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
can I, and.
I think you're
For the
good.
benefit of the board, no, for the benefit of the board and for the public, that, obviously,
guys,
if there's any complaints, from neighbors or anyone, that they definitely reach out, one to the owner and two to the building department, because that's the department in the town that.
Yep. code enforcement.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So we have the public hearing open. You have some homework to do. Once you submit those items to us, we will get them over to Mr. Church for his review.
Perfect.
Dave will be looking for you to review the previous site plan approval in comparison to what is completed, what's not completed, what needs to be completed, in addition to what's going to be added. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Making some notes here. How about Mr. Eggers? Bill? Hey, Bill.
Howdy.
Good to see you today.
Yeah. It's pretty, little reminder there.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is 2023-29, which is David and Claudia Warsh. The representative is for Mr. Eggers from Medenbach and Eggers. Board, if you remember, this public hearing has been closed already. We are here to discuss the decision. We had one ready at the last meeting, but the applicant's representative was not ready. Actually, I think it's lost.
The decision was on
It does not have the meeting. Hey, Greg. Okay, so this decision is for Mr. Warsh on Upper Cherrytown Road. Does anybody want to start this?
the.
Okay,
We just go directly to,
We can go directly to the
Conditions.
findings.
we can go directly
no, we don't need
to
to read the findings.
findings, yes.
You can just go
Determination.
through. Well, you should read what it is and the question.
Page 4 at the top, Eric, how's that? Martin, go ahead. Do you, I need one.
Oh,
This is,
decision PB 2023-29, by Rican minor subdivision applicant David Foley Wallace. Owners, the same reason for request. Applicant proposes a lot line improvement, transferring 0.218 acres from 67-1-34.1 to 67.2-2-11 and 0.122 acres from 67-1-34.1 to 67-1-28 and a minor subdivision of parcel 67-1-28 plus or minus 15.62 acres to create two new lots of lot 1 being plus or minus 5.426 acres and lot 2 being plus or minus 10.2 acres. Lot 1 presently contains a single-family dwelling, well and septic and accessory structures. Lot 2 contains a barn with hay storage. Parcel is located at 125 Upper Cherrytown Road, Carson, New York. Blah, 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 zoning district, AR3 zoning district, which is residential agriculture. Parcel is also in an FD overlay district, partially located within the 100-year floodplain in the Ulster County Ag District Number 3, contains a DEC named Trout Stream, the Mombocus, and DEC wetlands, steep slopes, and is a DEC identified area for threatened terrestrial species and contains significant natural resources.
now you can switch
Now you can switch.
to the condition.
And skip all the whereases. I'm gonna skip to the findings
Page 4A, findings.
for a.
Got it.
Findings, 1, the planning board received zoning determination and classification that the subdivision is located in the agricultural residential AR3 zoning district and is a minor subdivision with an associated lot line improvement to harmonize the lot lines with the access road, Upper Cherrytown Road, per correspondence from the code enforcement officer received January 30th, 2023. 2, the subdivision was discussed at regular meetings of the planning board held on April 10th, May 8th, and June 12th of 2023, during which the planning board, its consultant and the applicant and the applicant's representative Bill Eggers, discussed the site's land use and natural features, including the site's topography, existing use and structures and access. In response to materials set forth by the applicant, as well as the town's consultants, along with comments from the planning board, the board finds the following impacts and determinations based on the most current plan set, last revised April 25th, 2023, respectively, and as noted above, including A, the proposed lots will comply with the AR3 zoning district lot line and bulk requirements and pertinent subdivision design standards and requirements. B, the proposed lots can sustain septic as verified by the applicant civil engineer. And C, the site is developed and farmed, and the subdivision will result in the creation of one new lot potentially for one new home. The increase in land development and the corresponding change in increase in stormwater runoff in the proposed subdivision appears minimal as the land is developed. B, determination, the town of Rochester Planning Board hereby grants minor subdivision, additional final approval. The proposed 2-lot subdivision plans situated at 125 Upper Cherrytown Road New Hempstead, New York, tax map 67.1-28, and in AR3 FD overlay and AG3 zoning districts of the town of Rochester, and as depicted on the subdivision plan dated April 25th, 2023, entitled Preliminary Plan Showing Proposed Subdivision and Lot Line Improvement for the Lands of Walbridge, prepared by M&E Civil Engineering and Land Survey, PC, dated April 25th, 2023, submittal 3 to be completed, subject to satisfactory completion of the following conditions. C, special conditions of approval. The applicant shall present final plans for signature, which shall be entitled Final Subdivision Plan for Lands of Walbridge. The following plat notes shall be included on the recorded final plat map. 1. Subdivision shall adhere to tour subdivision 125-21 and 22 general site requirements. General conditions of approval. The approval is conditioned upon the applicant submitting all necessary final copies of the plans and documents to the town of Rochester building inspector. 2, this approval is further conditioned upon all other approvals that are needed by operation of federal, state, or local laws and regulations, whether or not noted above in the specific conditions of this resolution, including but not limited to the United States Army of Corps of Engineers, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, New York State DOT, New York State DOH, Ulster County DOH, and Town of Rochester Board, and compliance with the New York Uniform Fire Prevention Building Code. 3, the conditions on subdivision approval as required by the planning board shall be binding upon the applicant and any subsequent owner. 3, any changes from the approved plan shall require resubmission and reapproval by the planning board. No deviation from the plans, reports, or other documents that form the basis for this approval are effective unless and until an amendment to this resolution is secured from the planning board in writing. The town may stop work on this project and/or revoke a building permit and/or withhold a CFO and/or seek any additional relief as authorized by law if any term or condition of this resolution is violated. 4, all fees regarding this application shall be paid in full, including all application fees, other fees required by the town code, and the fees of the planning board consultants, including all engineering, planning, and legal fees. The final plan for the subdivision will not be stamped and signed by the planning board chair unless and until all appropriate costs incurred by the town for the customary and necessary review have been paid for by the applicant by either means of the escrow account established at the initial application stage or by check payable to the town of Rochester. Any bond or other security required by this resolution shall be submitted in a timely manner as required by the town code or building inspector. No building permit may be issued by the building inspector unless and until such fees have been paid in full and such bonds or other security payments shall have been filed with the town. Any bonds necessary for the performance of the work shall be in such form and in such amounts as required by the town board in consultation with the town engineer, town planning consultant, and the town attorney. The owner's consent block shall be signed and dated by the owners following the date of last revision and prior to the chair signing the plat. This conditional final approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date, unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chair. This period may be extended to 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and resolution by the town of Rochester Planning Board. The town of Rochester Planning Board further grants minor subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of lands upon satisfactory completion of the conditions of approval and grants the authority to the chairman to certify that the conditions have been met, reviewed, sign and date the plat without further resolution at such time. The effects of this approval, this minor subdivision approval and associated conditions shall be binding upon the applicant and all successive owners of the land. Owners shall file in the office of Ulster County Clerk such approval plat bearing the chairman's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law Section 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the final plat and any other related documents to the Town of Rochester Planning Board within 30 days of such filing. Draft resolution was prepared by the chair, was read, discussed, and amended by the planning board.
Thanks, Rick.
Do we?
I'll need
Yeah.
a motion to
request and perhaps amend.
Okay, you have any, Maren, do you have anything?
Yes, we should CC Glenn and Jane,
Say
and
again?
also applicants on this application.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I said Glenn Flores and Jane Carito, his wife, I believe, will also be CC'd in the CCs.
Okay.
They're applicants. He's sitting right there,
That's,
For the border adjustment.
oh, okay, I understand.
with a lot line border adjustment.
Okay, got it.
We can.
come again?
And then the other comment I had, it's a bit of a bugger comment, but when we did the Veritas Villas subdivision, which is right next door, which almost sort of hits in the back there, we put a conservation area around the Mombakas. Things that you could not do in along the Mombakas Creek. I can read some of the, it was conservation areas, you don't have to pay any money, et cetera, to do this, but things such as cutting or removing of trees and the harvesting of timber shall be prohibited except to the minimum extent necessary to remove trees and limbs which are dead, diseased, and dangerous. Excavation or alteration of natural resources from the conservation area, excepting for the construction, repair, maintenance, and all permitted uses as observed by the landowner. So there are things that you can't do along that, that's right on the river, just up. And so I'm asking the board if you think we should treat this stretch of the Mombakas the same way. And we could say conditional on adding conservation area, which would pretty much be in that flood zone that is already marked on the, and that's just my opinion, or I just, not an opinion, I'm just bringing it up. The rest of the board.
I have,
So the lines.
yeah, I have, let me just get the map up. I think we should be consistent in for the Mombakas to the extent that there is this floodplain, which actually is not usable. It just floods, but it's not usable because it's just too going steep.
Yeah.
But we did do this conservation easement. You're very familiar with it. I think you
Not an
and I-
easement area.
area, I'm sorry. I think you and I actually walked out there on the other project, if not, then I did. But you're familiar with what we did with the Veritas property on Mombakas. So I agree with it. It's something we didn't think of before, but I think we should keep it in mind that anything that goes on back there that involves, that gives us the opportunity to have a conservation area back there that's back there. And I guess there was about 10 or 12 different activities that we prevented. We were cutting, dumping, construction of any sort, in spite of the fact that you can't.
Kind of a tree, on this property,
Maybe a
it's
tree
a
house.
little different situation as far as the topography here, I think, on the because of the terrain, it's really, they're not gonna have anything happen there anyway.
Well, and we went through that with Villa Veritas also with your partner, what's his name, Barry. But we put those signs out even there, agreeing, but we wanted them there just so any future landowners would know that this is a protected.
So if-
conservation area.
You guys would ever win the lottery and move away, the idea is that it would be on the map, on the plan, saying, basically it starts where the flood zone is. And you list the things that are prohibited in that area. You really couldn't do anywhere you kill yourself. Things like all-terrain vehicles, motorcycles, snowmobiles, and bikes, and the other motorized vehicles are prohibited for use in the conservation area. I guess if you'd be really good at dirt biking, you could use it there, but that keeps it consistent and what we did all along.
So you're proposing that we add map
I
notes?
propose that we add map notes of the foliar notes.
Okay.
Just to add, basically, I would amend this to, I would make a motion to accept the subdivision, adding the conservation area notes.
Yeah, the notes are on the Villa Veritas.
We can send them to you.
And also post.
I don't think we need to post the,
No,
no. I don't think we need to,
we just need.
just on the map.
On the map.
Okay, so you made a motion
I'll second.
to accept the decision as wrote with the addition of adding the conservation area notice.
Anything is this I mean, obviously, the planning board can come up with whatever conditions they would like, but just as far as like placing this condition on somebody's land, without even any consultation with the property owners at this point. I mean, that was a long process, I'm sure, when we were dealing with Veritas Villa, that was part of a long process. And to just suddenly, here we are, final approval, to me, this is kind of like, well, this is my land, I'd be kind of put out. My owner applicants here feel about this like, wow.
Veritas Villa was a major subdivision. This is a cutting off property that's been in the family for 6 generations. And whatever we want to do along that stream, we're gonna do, because we own the property, except it's floodplain. Naturally, you can't build and you can't do certain things. But if I want to ride my bicycle down there to the edge of the stream, you bet I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's those kind of restrictions. It's.
And it shouldn't be any restriction. It's our property.
There are restrictions anyway. The DEC has restrictions.
Exactly.
Right.
Why is there necessary? Why do we need more in writing? Like I said, we've used this property for 100 years, more than 100 years, and we've done fine with it. I don't want somebody telling me I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do that.
There's already
I don't-
multiple
I don't-
layers of
it's not
restrictions
major
there.
subdivision. Splitting off a house that's been there since 1944.
I have to say, I stand behind the applicants and the representatives.
I mean, I agree. I think that in the Veritasville application, it was a large major subdivision where we had a lot of potential improvements that were going to be taking place. But I also see that we do need some consistency along any of those important areas. But I also understand the applicant's aspect. It's his land and he's not proposing a multifamily housing or something that is a huge infrastructure change. He's giving some land to his son to build a house.
The house is already
It's
there.
already there. It's already there.
Oh, the other portion of the barn that don't have any plans.
I'm somewhat agnostic, I'm just bringing it up on
Sure.
the sake of consistency on what we do.
You want to amend your,
No, you can just vote on it and vote me down.
I was giving you the opportunity to change it if you had something else instead.
But let me ask a question. Theoretically, today they own them, tomorrow they don't. The next owner should be made aware, looking at the map.
Regardless of the next homeowner, they still have to follow the rules of
Yeah.
code enforcement officer, the building inspector, and all the DEC requirements of the restraints.
Just asking this marking the site plan. Not-
Well, by marking the site plan, we're limiting what they can do and what they can't do.
I think in the event that land were to ever change hands and they were to come back to us with any further development, we look at this harder.
Well, it's already divided, you can't divide anymore.
Again,
Unless we change the 1 acre, half acre zone.
What should be, there's 10 acres left on that other, on the remaining lot. So we don't need 1 acre zone, there's 10 acres left. So that can be theoretically split in half. I just think it's more regulation,
More into.
we're regulated to death anymore.
Duly noted, we understand.
Do you want to hear what we did on the Villa Veritas to see what the prohibitions are? Do you want to hear those?
I don't want to hear it, because that was a major subdivision that I had a problem with from the start. This is not a major subdivision.
Do you want to amend or you want us to vote? Okay, you want us to do I guess we'll do a roll call vote? Okay, so the motion is to accept the decision as wrote and with the amendment to adding a conservation area. That is the motion that we are voting on. We'll do a roll call vote. Vice Chair Williams?
I agree with both sides of this argument.
You gotta choose one, Bucko.
No.
No? Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Jarvis?
No.
Ms. Lindstrom,
Yes, I proposed it.
Mr. Penske,
Yes.
and I am a no. So we have a 3 and 3. A no decido facto. Exchange-o.
That's right, we don't have our person.
We don't have our-
We do not.
Quorum.
We can table this and come back if that's what we have to do.
No, that might be dangerous because isn't there a time limit to after the closing of the public hearing to render the decision? And we close the public hearing.
Well, half the board agrees that it, as it's proposed, it's correct. The other half does not. So
We have next month.
What I'm saying is if it's not decided within 62 days, it automatically gets decided as written. I think, I'm going to
Yes,
defer to
you're
the
right.
attorney.
When was the public hearing closed?
the last meeting,
No, it wasn't the last meeting because he wasn't here the last part.
I closed the public hearing at the last meeting and he wasn't here and said we'll have a decision at the next meeting. So we do have the time.
We could always put that on our workshop agenda if we're planning on having a workshop.
We can talk about that too.
Do we have any input from our esteemed consultants?
Input on what question?
On the question of,
Adding the conservation area notes compared
is it
to,
important if you have a contiguous, close to a contiguous property, where you impose these constraints, if you need to be consistent to all properties, or is,
Well, the first question I would ask is, are the conditions on the property similar to the conditions that you were addressing on, what was the name of the other subdivision?
Villa Veritas,
Villa Veritas?
which is a major subdivision of
I didn't
7.
ask whether we can get to that. I'm not saying that was the point that the applicant made, is that the subdivision is different, but I'm talking about the creek, basically.
Same creek.
Is the lay of the land, are the things that you were protecting on the Villa Veritas subdivision similar on this area?
yes,
And what were those things?
the river, it's basically the same creek.
So you're establishing a buffer
We're
around the
establishing a
creek
buffer around the waterway, yes.
and by buffer, things that you don't want to happen are certain motorized vehicles.
Clear
clearing.
cutting.
So clearing, motorized vehicle, that sort of thing to protect the creek.
Exactly, putting construction materials, throwing garbage in it, ashes.
Well, if it's the same creek and it's the same general lay of the land, same vegetation, same slopes. What about the distance? What's the linear distance along the creek in the Villa Veritas subdivision compared to this?
From the distance, that's a good distance of the homes to.
No.
Oh.
What's the length of the creek you're protecting in Villa Veritas? You protected in Villa
Oh,
Veritas?
a long way.
Wow. Half a mile? And what's the length of the total here?
The super, with this mark on us.
Probably a little less.
A little less than half a mile.
Yeah, I would say in that range.
Okay,
Mr. Warch owns
Curvy section here.
a large curvy section on here.
the distance issue, and this is up to your discretion, cuts both ways. On the one hand, it sounds like it's fairly similar, so you can see out. If it was much longer in the other one, then you've got a shorter one here, which means, number one, you may have less interest in protecting it just because it's kind of short. Number two, it's less of a burden on the landowner. If instead of a half a mile, you're doing linear 200 feet. You make that judgment as to whether the interests and the policies are the same and the need for the creek to be protected are the same. If this is an issue, then you have the authority to impose this. Now, I would also suggest that the imposition of a map notice is a relatively weak form of enforcement. I mean, obviously, the things that can get enforced before a building permit or before a CO, once things are built, people moved in, then it's just up to the building inspector to run around and issue fines and whatever. So if they're doing something significant down there, particularly if it's remunerative, I don't would be, but people are making money by violating the law, and building inspector shows up once a year and slaps a fine or something like that. You can see that that level of enforcement is relatively weak, even if it's right on the the map, and therefore it presumably gets passed on to the next landowners. So that's out there too, is, what you mentioned first, the conservation easement, obviously much stronger, but that's not on the table here. Just in the hierarchy of things, just so you know what you're talking about. But, you have that authority. I would also suggest that to do so, it was done, your motion was made relatively quickly. It's not something we had thought about. You may want to take some time to think about this. For instance, what's the width, what's the linear width that we're talking about from the creek? How, how's it measured? How formal? Is this just sort of the building inspector goes down there and looks like this, or is it something that's clear? It would be the sort of thing you want to think about, I would think. But the answer is, if it's important, it's important. And ultimately, it's for the board to decide. The fact that, the applicant is coming in and asking for this approval, the subdivision presumably will increase the use of the land. It's something that the town has authority over, and protecting the creek is important to the town. This is the chance to implement it.
Mr. Church, anything to add?
I think it's well said. I
I
mean, you did. I mean, I would agree, a note on a map isn't gonna do much. You're aware of that. I can cite many examples of notes on maps and what they do or don't do. I do think it's awkward for the applicant to do it in front of them on moments before a possible final approval. It seemed I share Mr. Gordon's perspective, maybe take a month. Or whatever your next meeting is.
I would
Because
also.
I don't know the context. I didn't review the adjoining project.
I would also add that in terms of the argument that was raised that this is already regulated by DEC, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by that. I don't know offhand what the regulations are on this type of, what the protection is, if it's floodplain or whatever. You may be looking at a different set of issues. For instance, a DEC floodplain regulation. I'm not sure if they're regulating ATVs or other motor vehicles. I would double check that, but it wouldn't, at first blush, I wouldn't think so. This seems like more of a rhetorical argument. We're being overregulated, which is, the government that regulates best regulates least. But if you need the regulation because the creek is important to you, we're in a new day now. These things have gotten more attention. I'm sure the town's policies as to protecting the Mombakas have changed over the last 10, 15, 20 years, recent master plans or whatever. I don't know. I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But this is up to your judgment. It's something that if it's important to do, you should consider it. And to the extent you do it, and in this vein, for the next one that comes along, we should have a set of findings, policies, etc., so we can turn around and not just say, well, we did it a couple of months ago. We have something we can work off of. Law isn't always something that's necessarily passed by a legislature. Certainly it can be and it should be, but there are whole bodies of regulations and policies and things like that get enforced.
What percentage of the Mombakas is under this conservation?
Well, it would be anything that's in the floodplain, which in your situation is the entire,
It's already regulated by DEC then. No.
entire outline of them.
What percentage of the existing property
Well-
owners?
I believe we went back 100 feet.
What, I'm
No,
sorry,
we mean
Jake.
Mombakas. Mombakas.
Is
Mombakas. Question
the Villa subdivision, the first time you guys pulled this out of the bag?
And now you're saying, wait, maybe we can keep this going?
I don't think that it's necessarily being
Yes,
pulled.
you're right,
With the lack of planning and the lack of last minute,
You're,
oh, wait a minute, we just did this. Let's do it again.
it was more a
It seems a little
question
bit-
for everybody to say that we did this previously, to bring it up. And we can vote the whole thing down and say, and it also is, the difficulty we tend to have is you have current landowners that do a fantastic job with their land. It's when they eventually move and sell it that they don't have the respect for the land that you guys do. So this is the balancing tough act that we have, that if you really stay there for the next 3,000 years, that's fantastic. But
Well,
if,
we got a few hundred.
I know. And so
that-
this
there's
is
a
more
weight to that.
to bring up a discussion to the board that that we could let this one go. I'll switch my vote to let this one go. But we need to start thinking this way and getting this in and planning better.
So in the event we let this one go, and then we plan further, are we gonna eventually put all of the properties in the town of Rochester that have frontage on the Marcus Creek into a conservation easement?
It's not an easement.
Conservation
It's
area.
very restrictive.
We need to have a workshop on area to ease.
Area.
Well, easement is a.
No, no, we know what it
It's
is.
gotta be retroactive.
Conversation.
When plans take.
Not
place,
retroactively. Can't do anything retroactive.
But where there's an opportunity to say, look,
As applications come in front of us, that gives us the opportunity to put these important constraints on land where there could be potential significant turnover that is of, transitions of land from change to change. In the event of Mr. Borsch and his family, they've been here since, I'm sure it's in my notes of trivia somewhere, that maybe that this isn't as necessarily as important or as concerning as it would be for something where they're doing a 7-lot subdivision with high turnover.
And we're already regulated by the somewhat. Under.
Mark, just for clarity,
Yep.
just for clarification, the DEC, assuming it's regulated, I was trying to look up the classification.
It is a
Um,
DEC regulated.
It is a
So
DEC
it's-
regulated.
It's CT or higher.
No, Greek, DEC regulated.
I don't know.
Water course.
What that means is,
It's got it- there's ABC system and then there's a T and a corresponding
I don't remember.
subclass. It has to be CT or higher.
yeah, but I want to be clear. You hear this all the time with regulated stream. What that means is assuming it's CT or higher, that makes it regulated stream. The regulation you're talking about here is direct physical action in the creek itself or on the banks. Typically, just think about building a bridge, for example. That would be the sort of thing that would be regulated. It doesn't regulate ATVs, doesn't regulate other things like that. When you talk about a regulated stream, it's under DEC's protection of waters permit under Article 15 of the Environmental Conservation Law. It regulates physical manipulation of the stream or of its banks. That's so. When they say that's what DEC is regulating, you've got that under your belt, but my guess is that what you're thinking about is activities that go above and beyond DEC, that particular type of DEC regulation. Floodplain regulations may be a little bit different, but that's something else as well. But you'll hear regulated stream as part of this conversation that, we're all regulated. It means we can't essentially dump a lot of concrete or dirt into the stream
you know what?
without a permit, without a DEC permit.
Everything that everybody said, including the applicant, is absolutely the case. Is the case that they're not worried about the current owners necessarily, but it's what happens to the land down the road. Maybe Maureen and Dorian, in respect for the long land ownership.
I said I'll swap my vote.
We just,
Why don't somebody make a motion? How's that?
Maureen, you made the original.
I'll make a motion to withdraw it, but the planning board needs to,
What?
I'll make a motion to withdraw the amendment. I'll make a motion.
To accept the decision as written. Do I have a second?
I think we have to withdraw it first.
First, you have to vote to withdraw.
Oh, wait.
You tell us what we have to do.
The motion was voted down. But it was
The motion did not pass, right?
350 was voted down, so
We need a new motion.
it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You want to make a motion, make a motion. But I also want to say one other thing to what Rick said. This is very important. When you do something on this board, an approval, a denial, a POSDEC, a NEGDEC, or whatever, what you are doing is essentially a regulation of land based on the environmental factors that are presented to you. In almost every case, the particular landowner is not the issue. Good person, bad person, better person. You're not regulating people per se. Now, DEC does have a policy where if there's bad actors, you can deny a permit just because people are bad actors, because you don't expect them to comply. But that's really, between us, that's for like people that are real hardened criminals, okay? In general, you have to approach the applicant as if they're person X. That's very important here. Now, if you believe that nothing's going to happen here, then based on evidence and whatever, but I just want to, you're regulating person X, okay? And as you pointed out, they're going to turn around, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years and sell it. We have a free market land. And so the next effect will be person X. And that's the way you approach it.
Okay, Maren, I have a motion from you to accept the decision as wrote. Do I have a second? Zach, second. So Maren. Zach, all in favor of that? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Mr. Eggers, Mr. Warsh, you guys are all set.
Thank you.
Okay, Bill, don't go too far.
Yeah, that was easy.
Okay, the next one is 2023-166, which is Manny Patinkin and Kathy Brody. Representative is Bill Eggers. Can you get the maps for us to send out on this one? So Bill, we have a lot of questions and concerns on this. Ultimately, can you provide us some sort of a high-level narrative or conversation about what you're doing here? And the reason we ask is because you're backed up to Mohawk, so you have some easement questions, concerns. You're changing a lot of the things. The code enforcement officer deemed it a lot line improvement. That's fine, but just there's a bunch of moving parts. So if you can give us an idea what the applicant is thinking here, and then we can sort of go from there. Maps are coming.
They need some help on it.
Just bullshit us. Okay, Bill, take it away.
Here we go. This is Lansing Fort Valley Road.
Yep.
So I got maps, I guess, well, I'm gonna put it up there, but I just kind of, we have that, we all already have it up. So I don't have to go around pointing out these maps. I need to show everything. And so to take into the, over the years, accumulated a number of adjacent properties. Some of these properties have had previous lot line changes to them already that were approved by the planning board. In retrospect, they probably shouldn't have done some of them.
Yep.
It would have made it easier if they had joined some of the lands that they did before, but this is what they have now, and this is what they're going to do. Yeah, I'd have to look through where this was, but one of the parcels that they're proposing was actually a separate parcel previously, and they merged it together, and now we're basically breaking it off again. So kind of undoing the record there at this point. They have numerous tracks. One of them is their home compound, which already has several dwellings on it, a pool and everything. And part of what they're doing, that we'll start with that home. That's here, this track right in here.
Yep.
This spans on both sides of Grove Valley Road. This is where the house, the pools and everything are. That's this piece right here. A few years back, they added a parcel up here, about 5 acres to that. That was a separate tract. And they added that to the home parcel here now. So that's now currently the configuration of this. Comes, includes the house, comes across the road. Vacant land on the other side of Grove Valley Road is just like this.
Yes, a mountain.
So there's nothing to be done with this land in here. It's just part of the property. So they've got this parcel in here that's bounded on one side by the Coxon Kill for the most part.
Yep.
All the way down and across the back on the Coxon Kill. So that's what's going on back in here. And they have an adjacent property in here, runs alongside of it. That's all vacant land on the other side of Coxon Kill, also crosses over the road. And that land is proposed to be merged with the house parcel to increase the overall parcel into 22 acres there. And a portion of that property, go back to, I don't know if I want to go jump ahead of this, but I'll wait on that. So that's what we've got here. They also have a large tract land down below here as frontage on Clove Valley Road, crosses the Coxon Kill right away. There's very little, pretty much no usable land on the roadside of this property. Because you've got the Coxon Kill is right against the road in here, flood hazard area. Of incorporates most all of it, and there's a steep drop down from the road. So they really can't even access this property. A few years back, they acquired a strip of land for access to the back portion of the property from a private road called Ginger Road. That comes in up through here.
Correct.
So they've got this little strip in here that it was added to, this was approved by the planning board, and put this piece with that, provide them with access to this big piece in the back. And so that's 1, 2, 3 of the existing parcels. Fourth existing parcel was an odd shaped piece up in here that has frontage on Coxing Road here, comes down, has a little area in here, crosses over the Coxing Kill, and had a strip back in here that runs along some ledges and things. Again, not really usable separately. So that was the fourth parcel that they have in here. And that has a right of way also from Ginger Road over other properties down into here. And what they're currently involved with, this is already something that, you know, building department is fully aware of this, is they are building a house on that property right now.
There's an open permit for that, yes.
So that's already under construction. They've got a driveway coming into that. They propose to grant a right of way over that existing driveway over their house parcel in here. This is for their son back here. Now, it doesn't matter whose it's for, but that's what it is. That's their son.
And that lot will have frontage on Clove Valley and Ginger.
Yes, based on the proposal we have here. So currently it does have access over this portion of land in here from Clove Valley Road, but they're not using that and have no intention to use that. Same thing with the right of way they have in here over somebody else's lands. They don't really intend to use that even though they have a right of way. Their intention would be come through here. They already have run utilities, underground utilities into that parcel and have granted an easement to Central Hudson for that. So that's gets us where we're at. So that portion is really, with these things down in here, where they're merging this property together with this one for the house parcel, that's pretty straightforward. Moving up in here, a big track down in here that doesn't have anything other than this long strip coming into it. Vacant land, the proposal is to take the line out between that along the narrow strip here and attach that to the piece that they're building on here.
Sure.
So that takes this big piece that is bounded by Mohawk Preserve, wraps all around the back end of it, all down one side here. That their proposal is to attach to this new building site parcel in here, make that all one big piece in here. So they can come across the Coxing Kill to get to that, or they can go in Ginger Road, come into this area here. But it's pretty much cut off by the Coxing Kill, many of the other lands anyway. So it's, you know, might as well just put it with this piece because they can't do anything else with it. So that's what they're looking at doing with that, put that in here. Last piece of it, the complicated part, I guess we call it, was they are proposing to take a portion, the actual road frontage of this piece out here on Clove Valley Road, take a portion of that and a portion of the existing house parcel that used to be a separate piece and merge those together to create a 5-acre parcel in here.
Very nice.
Wraps around somebody else. There's a house right on this parcel in here, a separate ownership in here. They've got this strip in here that was always left for potential access into these lands, but it really doesn't work for them. It comes down to steep hill. There were some wet areas and everything. They're never going to really drive through here, although they're proposing just for an act of it to maintain a right of way over that, to say they have a right of way to get out to Clove Valley Road. So that would be to that now finish up with the smallest piece out of all is a 5-acre portion of this in here. They're starting out with 4 parcels, ending with 4 parcels, the smallest being this piece in here, which they, yes, do propose to build in here. They have a dear friend that they wish to put a small house in for that.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, Mohawk Preserve, if you see, look on your maps, you'll see how large, this whole big piece down in the back, a whole piece up here with a narrow strip into it, and all the lands on the lower side of the Coxing Kill, and both portions of these properties on the other side of the road with the big steep slope, that is all under conservation easement to Mohawk Preserve. So that only affects the lands that are not being improved in any way. They did consult with the Mohawk Preserve to ask them, what if there, and there are some buildable areas allowed within those things, and they did get a opinion from them as to, you know, so they asked, well, you could do this, you could do that, you could build like, you know, accessory dwelling and a main dwelling, so there were some things that they could do with that. What they're doing here is mainly the lands that have the conservation easements on them to preserve. They're really only merging those together with other parcels. Or changing it from one was with this piece, and they're gonna attach it to that piece. So they're really having no effect on that, because the only place that they are doing any building on, current building and a proposed building up here, are not within the lands that are under the easements. So
Thank you. Okay, hang on. So that, I know there's a lot going on, and I think it answers a lot of our questions that we had. But I will go through quickly and see if anybody has any others. Patrick? No. Okay, Rick?
I got about 5 questions. I'll start with the easy ones. One is, I need, Bill, on your stuff, I need a legend better than the one that you've been doing. So you have up on the right-hand side, you got flood hazard, and you know, you got like a cross hatch, and then you need to put it in a box. So get us a legend box.
Oh, yeah, right.
Alright, so for all the stuff it's like for all the stuff you come to the board with, do a legend box. Make me happy, do a legend box. But, and specific, this should be easy to the conservation easement. On the map, I can't make it out. I just can't make it out. So use a different color or something. It may be coming in like, I actually can see it on my computer, but I can't see it on this.
Oh, you don't see it on the prints?
Just can't see it. So that's an easy one. The second one may be a little bit more difficult, and I guess I'm flexible, or the word is flexible. There's actually, first of all, I don't see Ginger Road, mark Ginger Road, but I don't see Ginger Road. Put Ginger Road on the map.
It's on there, Rick.
Yeah.
No, it's the name. It's not
The
a
name is
road.
Right, as far as like the physical, like.
And as part of that, it looks like,
Oh, I see.
it looks like the new parcel that's coming out to be 37.9 acres has 3 access points, one from Ginger and 2 from Clove Road.
Yes.
2 of them are right away. I'd like to see both right of ways abandoned, but at least the right of way from Ginger Road abandoned. You don't need it anymore. You've got an existing right of way from Clove Road, which really should go because you're saying it ain't drivable under our code.
That's actually a proposed right of way, and this is something that the applicant requested to maintain a right of way there. I will talk to them about that and see how they feel about
It just,
getting rid of them.
it's unusual for us to allow 3 exit points to roads, even 2 exit points onto our roads. So I'd like to see both right of ways gone.
Usually they want more, right? You only have one way to get into the property. How about we get another way so you can come in and out someplace else?
And so the
Hang on.
the way to get on is,
Hang on a second.
okay,
I have a concern about that because the 2 right-of-ways I think that you want to remove, one to, unless I'm missing this, one to Ginger and one to Clove Road. They're the only physical access points that they have other than crossing the neighbor's land. And
on the, what I assume is gonna be a shared driveway. They're gonna make it a shared driveway with the proper legal documentation of a shared driveway.
Right.
So they will have a shared
Physical access,
driveway.
yes.
Over what's currently called well, it says driveway. That should become a shared driveway.
Right.
if That's the access point for this new property.
Yeah.
I know it's their son and nobody's gonna argue about it.
No,
But whenever things get sold,
It's a legal process, absolutely. Yeah.
so I defer to our attorney about one of them.
I look into that because that's the sort of thing you usually try to avoid. I mean, here it's in the family for now, and so it's okay, but.
We have a lot of shared driveways, shared driveway code.
Okay, I'll take a look.
But you know what, I'm flexible.
But the other thing is, what, I mean, but the other thing, what are you actually abandoning? They have a physical portion of a lot that stretches out to a road. It's just there, and you know.
And why would you want to take it away? What's your thought process?
Well, no, before you can get to why you want it, what exactly are you taking away? It is a potential access point that is not being physically used, but it physically exists, so why do you abandon?
Well, it passes to future owners, and if you're saying this is a proposed right of way, is it drivable? I'm hearing it's not even drivable.
You know, they could, I presume that they could, that they don't have any current intent. This is on the proposed one.
I mean, does it go across a pond? Does it go across a wetland?
It gets kind of wet down between the road and the building site. There is some wet area in there. They've crossed it further down where it's even wetter, so certainly it wouldn't take much, so. Yeah, they just put a culvert in there. I'll talk to them about that. That one, the proposed one is kind of secondary because that doesn't exist. Now, the other one that they have that is existing legally,
Well, that one I'm okay with if it exists. So the proposed one.
okay, well, I don't want to get too hung up on that, because if that's.
The one that they, the
Certainly
driveway they
property.
have, the one that proposes.
Yeah, okay, yep,
And then just realize this driveway that you're gonna access this parcel A, you have to have a shared driveway. with them.
yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
This
This is a sketch plan.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
we're looking, big picture. Do we have issues?
I just want to make sure, and maybe it was the way I viewed it on the computer. Lanzarone, which is way off to the right, the lands of lands.
Yep.
He's not moving, that's an existing line that goes next to Lanzarone, right? He's
Yeah,
not
that
moving.
narrow strip in there exists. So they're just
So the
merging that
elimination
narrow
of that
strip.
dotted line, squiggly line.
Yep, that line is coming out. That's between their lands and their lands. So that's.
Got it. Their lands,
Fifty
lands,
lines.
their lands.
Not shifting the line over, my lands only have to be on the.
No, no, it has nothing to do with it.
The last thing I have, Bill, is I saw the letter from Mohawk,
Mhm.
and you provided them with a map. A
Yeah.
real sketch map with it. And maybe our attorney wants to listen to this because he gets into who's holding the easement. The map you gave to Mohawk is different from the map we're looking at now. I think. Well, not I think, I know. There's no buildings on the map you gave to Mohawk, at least the one that I have on file. There's no buildings on it. I don't know whether there's any changes if you get rid of the right of way or the existing right of ways. None of those are on the map you gave to Mohawk. So Mohawk commented in terms of their easement based on a map that doesn't match the map that we might eventually give approval to. So after you redo the map with eliminating at least one right of proposed right of way, I think this should go back to Mohawk to say, this is the map that's under consideration by the town of Rochester Planning Board. We'd like you to comment on that, so we can be assured they're okay. I don't want to get into.
I can say, do that, but I can say that the areas that we're talking about with the buildings are not part of their conservation.
Well, that's obvious too, do that.
Yeah.
And if that's gonna be sufficient in terms of our attorney, I don't want to get into a PP match with Mohawk, like into a lawsuit because they said, well, you approved something, we didn't approve it, and what we approved is different from what we're looking at right now.
And sometimes when you do an easement, although they hold the easement part, the reason, totality of it, they say, you can't do this much extra in the other, I don't know what the document looks like. But having done an easement, they say, okay, you've got, and make it easy, 100 acres, we're gonna carve out 2 acres, you can do whatever you want in your 2 acres, but the 99 acres going to the easement. Then if you try and do something more on the other parts here, that violates the conservation. easement.
So let's put the easement to bed. Bill, you need to send us the easement for the attorney to review.
Sure.
Make sure that what you're proposing and they are aware of is in sync.
Also,
That covers the easement.
how many acres you want to do the easement?
They have it on here. Conservation easement parcels, says here 46, but it's gotta be, must be more than that. It includes the conservation easement acceptable development area, 50, about 56 acres total, out of which 10 are an acceptable development area within the easement area. Where's the acceptable development?
The area where they're building the house
The acceptable development
and
area.
potentially,
No, the acceptable development area is down here.
correct.
On the part that is, not having anything
So
done
this
to it
is
on the
subdivided
merging
again.
and the other parcel.
Correct.
Yeah, where the house is going is not in the conservation easement. I agree with you.
Correct.
Where the house is, the proposed house and the house you're building.
Right.
My point is that the map they looked at
Mhm.
is different from the map that we may eventually
Right.
get to.
Yeah, well, I can send them what we've got now and just ask for, confirmation on that.
That's all. So Bill, the right of way that's legally there, great, but the one they want,
Yeah, but he said he wanted to. do
and put
it.
Ginger Road on.
I have
Get me a
from
legend.
the lot. Question, easement originally was in one lot. Only, and now it's kind of. Even originally it was one lot. But now with the easement area is divided into two lots. So
Hang on a second.
Yes.
We're talking about
The
the,
easement agreement, when you looked at it before, it's only on one lot, and now it looks like it's, as we change the lots around like this, it's on multiple lots, so it's like the different lots have to have different easement. It's a little
Talking
legally
about-
complicated.
we're talking about easement, we're talking about the Mohawk Preserve Conservation Easement, or we're talking about the right of ways? Mohawk Preserve Conservation.
Looking at that, provided with the document, it seems like located at one lot at that time, 2008, I don't remember. But now that conservation area is subdivided into properties, so apparently the agreement.
Right, so then his attorney would have to add the new conservation area onto that new deed. That's gonna be, that is correct.
Which all goes back to the, I mean, it's like, this one feels a little bit. Like if it quacks like a duck, it is a duck, and it quacks a bit more like a subdivision. Than it does like the lot line, because I'm just gonna read our rules, I'm sincerely confused on this. You qualify as a lot improvement,
Yeah, Maren, timeout.
Yeah.
Can you pass along the 125-18 that I printed for everyone to read and follow along?
but. We can sort of just doing the ABCD. Test, and if everybody says it does qualify, but it.
Okay, I'm gonna go through it, Maren.
Struggling here.
So 125-18, Bill, actually, Bill, why don't you take one, please? 125-18, lot improvement development standards for natural subdivision. Parcel, I'm on 1A. Involve the addition of land to an existing parcel or lot line adjustment so as to A, improve the ability of that parcel to comply with setbacks or other building standards. B, increase suitability of the parcel for building development. C, add to the availability of open space. D, adjust the boundary line or produce a corrected deed if a map reflecting the same is desired or for recording purposes. I'm gonna stop there.
You're number 2 also.
Not reduce the ability of the lot from which the lot improvement parcel is taken or reconfigured to comply with the applicable development standards of this chapter. And 3, include a map restriction to the effect that the improvement parcel will never be considered a separate building lot apart from the tract which is being added. So this is our, and we're gonna talk about this on your next application as well. But the lot improvement for a lot line improvement standards have to meet these standards. Although I agree that the building department classified this as a lot line improvement. But potentially, the only thing that you have standing, based on my opinion, is 1A, 1C, which is add to the availability of open space, which you are doing with that large big tract that has most of the easement on it.
But it's open space anyway, because it has it open.
Well, but he's reconfiguring it to be even more open because he's adding more to it. So I think that
He's not adding to the easement.
he's no, to the large piece, parcel number A, it's growing, so he would be adding to open space. That makes sense.
It's open anyway.
Well, he's adding to it, so it is
No,
growing.
added open space would be, you've got 3 parcels, each of 50.
Yep.
and you get rid of all the lot lines and you have a 150-acre.
Sure.
Okay, that's
So-
what,
And that makes it bigger. This is.
what is making parcel A bigger.
Right, that's all I'm
So I
saying, is the
get-
only thing I think you have going for you is it's getting bigger, which is not really enough. So I think that Marin's correct. This,
Except these are ors, so it's not and. it's or. So by that one alone, it might qualify.
well, and that's where we're gonna talk, our attorney's gonna weigh in on that on the next application. Because the next application, there's something similar going on as well, but we need some interpretation.
Let's slow down. The ors are, in A1. But when you look at 2 and 3, I think it needs all those. There's no ors between 1 and 2, for example.
But there are ors between A, B, C, and D.
Right, on all
So
of
it
them,
can be
one, it
any
could be
one of
any one of
them.
them. Or.
But he was, saying 2. No, B's a natural subdivision.
We're not on.
Oh, you mean one ABC?
Correct.
The little one.
Yes.
Yeah, those are all ors. It's gotta be one of those.
The conversation is on this application and your next application, Bill, is it's up for conversation. The code enforcement officer classified it as a lot line improvement. I asked them today to review it again. They are standing by their decision that it is a lot line improvement and not a subdivision.
So can I just
Well,
understand, David, between A, B, C, and D could be either one of those four. But you're saying between 1, 2, and 3, it has to be all,
Yes,
it has to be 1,
That's the
2,
way I
and
read it.
3.
that's correct. And on 1, it can be any of A, B, C, or D, but it's gotta be 1, 2, and 3. And I also want to comment that regardless of the way the building inspector packaged it, it's this board's decision as to whether it's a lot line improvement.
Correct.
This is your decision. If it's not a lot, if you decide it's not, then of course that doesn't, deny the application totally. The applicant come back as a subdivision.
We've talked about this today, as you can tell many times. So the board, I mean, you have a lot going on here. I agree with the determination of a lot line improvement. I think that what they are is shifting land from one to the other. They're not increasing buildable lots. I think we should poll the board and see how you want to proceed.
Well, all right, so for answer number 1, so we decided 1, 2, 3, all of those have to be met. Answer number 1, it's met because it fits number C. Does it meet number 2? Not reduce the ability of a lot in which the lot improvement process has been reconfigured to comply with the applicable development standards.
No.
It's not making any lot non-compliant.
Correct.
And then for 3, include a map restriction.
You write something on
That's
that.
just standard note.
Standard mapping. So
I think it's okay.
I think it's okay. And we're going to talk about this on the next one as well. It is our determination, but based on the code, how I interpret it, and like I said, Mr. Gordon and I talked about it today. It's the board's decision. So do you want to poll the board? Do you want to move forward?
I think this is okay, because it meets number C. It
How
is,
does it meet? How does it add to the availability?
It
of open
doesn't add
space?
the available open space.
Because the lot through.
because it's
Well,
eliminating.
Well,
a
right
line.
now, there's open space under conservation easements in at least 2 different lots.
On one lot currently, it will be 2 lots. So it is added.
No. This here is under conservation easement.
That whole entire blue on the left-hand side and on the other side of the concept.
Everything's stable.
Yeah, so this portion of this lot and this is
Conservation.
and that.
So
Currently, there's only one lot.
But it's not adding any acreage, it's
We're not
adding.
adding anything.
That is correct. It's not adding more acreage.
We're not adding to any open space.
So it's
It's,
No.
adding to the, well, this word availability, I guess is the key word. I would interpret, I interpret availability here unless something is cut off from access, which is actually all of it, it's all private land. But, the availability of open space, the same number of acreage is going to be under conservation.
that is correct.
As-
Regardless of on
as
which
for the
deed it's on.
availability of open space, you are now putting it in one parcel instead of actually two parcels instead of 2 parcels.
2 and 2.
Is it currently 2 or currently
And in
1?
any event, this is private land, so is there an availability of any of these parcels to hikers from Mohawk?
I don't think so.
It's probably-
It's surrounded by law.
Private land.
Yeah, I mean, they have.
They have an easement over it?
holds a conservation easement to protect the land from development, but it does not open that land to public access.
So there's no access.
No.
Right.
The easements, I read the easement, it specifically said that it did not open the land up to the public.
I guess this language is actually, I mean, the board is in very good, there's no legal requirements on it. The board is in a very good position to interpret it, you know, as you see fit. You're actually the judge of this. I've raised the points that I see. You can make your own judgment as to whether this increases the quote unquote availability of open space. We don't think it's going to increase the amount of acreage under a conservation easement, but it will reconfigure the lots that are own those acres. So.
Can we also consider, David, so suppose we say it's not a lot line change and want it to be a subdivision. Can we consider, would we be doing anything different as a subdivision that we would not be doing as a simple lot line?
Yes,
You're doing secret.
driveways, pull-ups,
It's a
secret.
secret, it's one thing.
I mean, they already are proposing the driveway because they already have an open buildings permit for the house they're building. So they already have that lot would already have a right of way. Yeah, so that, it already had that. The new lot up front is already a buildable lot, so that's not gonna change that.
Don't know.
It's currently a buildable lot,
The 5.3 acre one?
yes. So that's not gonna change, so
Who
just
says?
reconfiguring. It's conforming currently.
Buildable lot because it's 5 acres. It could be straight up a mountainside. Just because it's 5 acres means a buildable
You
lot.
have topo here, it's not straight up a mountainside.
My whole point is, if you do a subdivision, you do a greater degree of, that's what David's saying, a greater degree of review. Just because it is 5 acres and it meets the side does not mean that necessarily doing this subdivision like this is creating the best buildable lots. A subdivision is obviously a higher level of scrutiny. than
Sure.
lot line. And seeker comes in.
So how do you guys want to move forward? Do you want me to poll the board? You want to see if we can ask more questions to the applicant?
Really using a lot of our gray matter.
We're using it today. We're making you flex today. Wait till we get to the next one, it'll be even more. What's that?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
It's like, so if we consider it as a lot line improvement, we're gonna have post right away. It should be wider, I guess. No? I'm sorry?
Say that again?
That proposed,
The driveway that goes through, the proposed 25-foot
Yep.
driveway right of way.
should it be wider?
We don't have any say over it.
No, I understand, but I mean, if we don't.
That's what
say-
the applicant is requesting.
15,
And that's the one. we-
It has to be a minimum of 15.
a minimum of 15.
Okay.
So it meets code per the 15-foot minimum. And again, that's not what they're going to be using as their
No,
current access, right?
I thought it was a third one.
That is gonna be your primary
Right.
access.
That's 25.
That's already 25.
And the proposed right of way is the one we're saying, you know, we're not gonna approve it.
But shouldn't be 50?
Well, there's two of them
No.
proposed, so.
No. It's not a town road. 50 feet.
If you have a shared driveway, you can have a shared driveway and not have access. to
This one is not shared, it's shared with this property and shared.
this.
So how about we do this? In the spirit of time and moving on.
I personally think that is, if I had to say, I would deny this in the lot line and I would say this is stupid to come back and say.
So I-
Sort this out.
This is my recommendation. How about we wait for Bill to get his easement items and update the maps because we can't approve this as a certification anyway tonight. We have too many items that are missing. So Bill, you need to get the legend as Rick requested. We need to get the easement information for our attorney to review. We need to see Ginger Road on the map.
Need to get rid of that proposed right of way.
You need to ask the applicant if he would get rid of that right away. And bring us something for us to review in addition for Mr. Church to review as well.
And resend it to Mohawk.
And it needs to go back to Mohawk.
Also, is the board interested in seeing a road maintenance agreement?
Well, you would look at it, but you're the one who wrote those.
Yeah, we'll need a road maintenance. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get you on the next agenda in the event we get all those items.
I just feel, Mark, we may wind up.
Yeah, I mean, let's get all that and then we can make a determination. I feel like right now we don't have enough. Any other questions on this for Mr. Eggers? Okay, Bill, you good? I'll give it to you one more time. Legend, easement, Ginger Road, Mohawk, road maintenance agreement, and the easement for our attorney to review.
Might have to have Mr. Patinkin come in and sing some songs.
Might, maybe, yeah. I was thinking, that, but I wasn't gonna say
Crying all over my shoulder.
it. Okay, moving on. But Bill, you're not going anywhere.
Oh, no, I'm taking residence
Okay.
here.
The next one is Mr. Lewis. Actually, this one is not as, it's the next one.
Yeah, I didn't think it's.
I apologize. They're running in tandem.
Well, there's a second to get a, after you get it.
Yes, I agree. Maps, here's maps back on that one. That's- Since we're on a hot streak here, boys and girls. Okay. Mr. Eggers is on the next application for review is planning board 2023-193, a lot line improvement in an AR3 zoning at 95 Lower Whitfield. The applicant is Alex Lewis and Bill Eggers is the representative. Bill, you are proposing the conveyance of land from one person to another. This one is a little bit easier. Board, for your review, I failed to upload a couple of documents to the folder as I was using that as a training method for our new secretary. I apologize, those items are in the folder. That was a deed and a letter of agent. Also, I had the applicant give us a letter of survey from the county proving the ownership from the LLC of the actual owner to match the agent of record. I apologize for not uploading it, but it is there. So for the documentation aspect, we have everything we need. Bill, can you give us a 1 minute, quick, easy narrative?
Yeah, so we've got two adjacent owners. Lewis is on the right and Nico Ventures LLC,
Is on the left?
Mr. Wong actually,
Yes.
purchased this vacant parcel to the left. Lewis has been here for I don't know how many years. Their house is very close to their existing property line. So close that they've been occupying it, put their above ground pool right centered on the line, their swing set, tree house, everything, been occupying a portion of land over here, probably presuming incorrectly that they own the stone wall. They do not own the stone wall. Sometimes the stone wall is a property line, sometimes it's just a wall. It's the case here. So this guy came along, bought this nice piece of land here, 4 acres. We're all set to go. We did the survey, found out that the neighbors are using a big chunk of this land here. He was a good new neighbor and agreed to not kick them off of it and that he would convey them 1/4 of an acre, which they're occupying here.
Thank
So this is what I would say is clearly a lot line improvement. We're taking a small portion of land and attaching it to the adjacent piece.
Okay, thank you.
So, Bill, when I went through the file, here, I found it. And what's it, it shows older Palazzo.
Yeah, that's the documentation I uploaded today to show the reflection of the sale. Yep, so that is all been put.
Okay. Do we need a legend? On all your stuff, we need a legend, legend that says, I know you have it labeled, but stone wall, the blue lines existing. Blue lines, new lines, whatever it may be. I know you got them labeled, but put in a legend.
Okay.
Legend box.
Yeah, we're not like survey wise with
It's easy.
mapping typically doesn't have, there's a lot of surveyors that have like a legend that big and they use 3 of the symbols on the map. It's kind of, how do you put all that stuff on there? So how you on the map? Now we're gonna
And we also
legend
require,
user.
unless it's, I'm missing it, we also require that the owners involved, that their addresses and their phone numbers be available on the. map
Yeah,
as well.
I'll apologize. This map, like that, it was like, okay, we can submit this tomorrow for the deadline, and we slammed it out. This is really bad map. There's stuff here that doesn't belong here. There's stuff that's missing. You know, an application map. I don't even know if you got, yeah, we don't even have the planning board approval. Oh, we do. Okay, we got the planning board approval block here. Got the correct one and all. But yeah, this needs some cleaning up for sure.
All right, so
But just as far as the
And we
basic concept there is,
Basic concept.
yeah, the quarter acre goes from one lot to the other.
All right, so do you want to,
We gotta get it cleaned up now. We must get it all happening.
you want to get me to certify? You want to get a new map and have them come back, or do you want me to look at it and certify myself?
Nope.
Okay,
We also need the lot line improvement note on the map. For the standard. And the right to farm, which we have on every single lot.
the right to farm is on there.
Yes,
yes, it's a.
Bottom right corner above owner's endorsement.
perfect. So just add the lot line improvement.
Well, we agree, this is a lot line. You got some cleaning up to do to get back to us for review.
Yep.
Okay. Board, anything else?
Then we just have a
Sure,
short-
driveway on the.
Yeah, the next one's not, I'm sorry. What's that?
Do we want to show where proposed driveway is gonna be on the?
No, it's a lot line.
No, it's a lot line.
It's already- It will already be entirely.
Okay, we've beaten that one up. Give us a minute. Bill, you're still up, don't go anywhere. You ain't gonna nap it yet? Nadine, you're in the hot seat. I hope you're ready.
Nadine, I'm wearing them down for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, but by the time you get up here, they'll be tired, you'll be just like, okay, just pass it, get her out of here.
the next one is Gillette, yes. Okay, Bill, the next one is planning board 2023-283. It is a lot line improvement in an R2 zoning district on County Route 2 and Rock Hill Road, near our future applicants that we'll be talking about later on. This one is another doozy. So what we have is a lot line improvement request to shift the layout of 3 existing parcels. So ultimately, we are doing here is taking 3 conforming lots, changing them into 3 new conforming lots. The attorney and I reviewed this in depth today, back to 125-18, which we've already talked about. Board, we are giving, as a conversation with our council, there is some shift changes based on acreage sizes, but not any increase of growth. So again,
I don't think that's normal.
No, it's not a lot line. I would confuse it.
okay, so some conversation here.
I will tell you why, it's a flat, we're creating a flag lot. Flag lots are created to get in the back of a long skinny lot. It's tough to get into. Right now, we have 3 lots that you can get into from perfectly easily and beautifully. And you're making, it also takes the lots and makes it less able to be re-subdivided and redeveloped going forward. Once you created a flag lot, you can't flag a flag. And in our law, no more than 1 such lot shall be created in an existing parcel, a cumulative total of 3 lots including the original. This restriction shall be incorporated in deed covenants and placed on the recorded plat map at the time any flag is created, and it cannot be further subdivided. So we are making this a less developable property by creating a flag.
Council, anything to add?
That's a judgment call, and I'm comfortable with that, or, you know, I know you felt differently, but
Well, I mean, the only thing that I mentioned is, although I agree with the code, there's no conversation.
You don't,
That-
it's code, it's code.
No, I agree with what the code is saying, and in this situation, it doesn't work because it doesn't meet our standards. The only thing I will say is I do like the configuration of the land because I think it's better used based on existing structures. They have a barn and a pond, they have a house and a pond, and they're proposing this lot in the back, but it does not meet the lot line
That's not what we do,
standard.
they make it pretty loud.
Yeah, it's pretty, but it doesn't work.
Doesn't work according to our code.
It doesn't work according to our code. I'm not saying that I
Was a flag lot? What if we provided enough width on County Road that it would meet minimum lot width?
I think it meets the minimum lot width
It
now
does
with the
mean
flag.
minimum lot width flag, but you're taking something that has good access and making it worse. Flags are created to get in the back of a lot that's hard to get in back of. And this right now, you can get into fine the way it is right now. You've got 3 long skinny blocks, you put one house barn is there next to the road. Gets on there beautifully with Rock Hill. It goes back to the stuff that we read. Is this improving the ability of the parcel to comply with setbacks and building standards? No. Is it increasing the suitability of the parcel for building development? No, it's decreasing it by creating a flag. Is it adding to the availability of the open space? No. Is it adjusting a boundary line, location, or producing a correct feed of a map reflecting the same as desired for board purposes? No. Does it not reduce the ability of the lot from which the lot improvement parcel taken or reconfigured to comply with the applicable development standards of this chapter? It makes it worse because flags are worse, and right now you've got lots that you can get into just fine.
So Maren, I have a question. What are your thoughts? And I'm trying to mitigate some potential opportunity here. What if he proposed the flag lot entrance that's on County Route 6 to go all the way to that stone wall, make that lot significantly bigger in the front? It would still ultimately look like a flag, but it would make it a huge significance in the front. I don't know if the applicant would be okay with that proposal because it would decrease lot 13. But I think that's suitable, that makes it a little bit more suitable, in my opinion, under 125-18A-B. I'm sorry, 1AB, which is increased suitability of
So
parcel
basically,
for
you're
building.
having 3 long, vaguely long skinny lots, or not skinny lots, but 3 longish lots. You're gonna make 1 square lot.
Basically, you make 3 square
lot,
lots.
and then 1 square lot.
Yeah, I think that would be better.
Make 3 square lots, that's okay, I don't see the purpose of this, just because you wanna have access off of County Route 6 instead of Rock Hill.
Look, I mean, the lot line, the lots as they are now, he's got access to lot 13 from Route 6. And he has access to the other 2 lots from Rock Hill Road. What's the problem? He wants them to be free. And Mark, I know you said. Right, he's got
He's got access to right.
He's got access.
He's got
There's
access,
no
right?
issue. As long as the layout of what's there, is this study. Doesn't make it more or less pretty. It's all the eye of the.
I'm not saying pretty, I'm saying that it does increase the suitability of the parcel for building development as per our
No, it
code.
doesn't, because you create a flag lot and that constricts
Hang on a
all
second.
of these.
I'm not creating a flag. I'm eliminating the entrance of the flag, the post of the flag. I'm making that all the way over to the stone wall and making that a fatter lot so that it is square off the County Route 6 side. And now you have 3 square lots.
If they want to do that, they can do it, but you're sort of moving chairs on the Titanic.
Well, I understand, but in my opinion, these lots are thin and narrow. There's nothing wrong with them. But if he wants to readjust them to have more space for his barn down here and his house here, I think that as long as it increases the suitability for building development, which that would do it, I think that solves our problem.
So how does he get access to what's called now revised lot 14? How does he get access?
But it would be a big, it would be a big.
Hey, Rick. All I'm saying is if he makes this a square, now he has a square, 3 square lots that are increasing the building suitability. That's all I'm saying. That eliminates the flag lot, which is our fault, which is our problem. And I think that this solves that issue.
If they want to do that, then that would be regular lots.
And I think that's better for sightlines as well. It's right where the flag lot is starting now, it looks like that's where County Route 6 starts to take that turn. So being in such a short, tight driveway, it'll be better to go to the stone wall so you can have more access.
I understand what he's trying to do because these lots are narrow and long and they're difficult to build on. This would adjust the suitability. So Bill, if the applicant is okay with that, I think that would better suit the lot line standard. In the event they're not okay with that, we're going to ask you to come back as a subdivision.
Yeah, and even, I mean, we just had some very concept lines here.
Sure.
And he was already saying, well, I think I want to try to move this over here, move that over there. So he was already looking at reconfiguring some of these things. And I think that's a very good possibility that he might be willing to take that, you know, say like use that existing stone wall there.
Well, and that's another
would
thing
give
we
you a
like in
lot,
our code to utilize.
You know, 380 foot wide lot there.
Bill, if you do,
Certainly not.
if you keep this configuration for whatever reason, could you take a look at the, at your application and the acreage you report on it? Because it doesn't make any sense. You've got, acreage changes in 3 parcels that don't add up. So I think
Okay.
better look at it. Just eyeballing it, I'm not sure what's right and what's wrong, but if you're gonna keep this, numbers in the county.
Okay, Bill, so you have 2 options. If you come back to us at the lot line, we'd like to see 3 square lots. If you want to come back to us in the current existence, we want to do that as a new application or
Yeah,
something.
I think it meets his goal. I mean, the primary thing is
Yeah,
he wants to put a house over where the barn is there for his parents.
sure.
And he's keeping the house where he's in with the barn, and then he's got some really good friends that he would like to give a building lot to up on the other corner.
Makes sense to us.
Everybody's got friends.
Everybody has friends. I wish I had a friend. Okay, Bill, I think we are, we've beaten you up enough, but we're not done with you altogether. Because you need to stay all the way till the end. I'm sorry.
New business.
I put new business at the end, sorry.
But this was all new business.
So lot line, public hearings, then lot lines, then continuing applications, then all our new business.
All other new business?
All new business at the end. So public hearings, lot lines, because they're supposed to go fast and meet our standards,
Yeah,
but they don't.
this was a new application, last one is a new application.
Right, but those are lot lines. So those go
Oh.
first. Sorry.
Okay.
If you want, I can put you all together, but I would.
I was just curious how I
Okay.
ended up with like that one separate from this thing.
No, I don't think we're doing
So, lot line job, yep, that's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bill, we will
All right.
talk to you in a couple hours, hopefully. Okay, moving on.
Everybody else
Nadine,
moves faster than I do.
Greg, step right up. So for those who are familiar, this is Greg Bolner. He is our engineer from CPL. Many of you have worked with him, seen him on a Zoom. I got you slated down there. So what I'd like to do, board, is have a whole nother for this. Does anybody need a break? Can we keep going? You good? Okay. All right. Next application, Nadine DeJager Realty, planning board 2021-516, which is a major subdivision on Peninsula Lane and Lucas Avenue. We do need a break? I'm sorry. Can we take a couple minutes if anybody needs any? We can get a map up and change some things. We're doing the part 2. Oh, well, okay. I gave you a blank part 2 on top. You're gonna put these in the same as- all the way to the what that go down. Go back up a little bit, that one right there on the left, top left, a little bit. Oh, too far, right there. Yes. I don't know about anybody else, but I have its own folder. I killed a couple trees in this thing.
Got its own floor.
Yep.
We haven't even begun by the day.
Oh, we're gonna limit this one. We're gonna move through this. Nope. What'd you do? You're gonna follow along with us?
I'm gonna follow, and I'm gonna say something. I want to do something at the outset.
Greg, you have yours? You have your part 2, you're ready?
You know, can I just ask, I spent,
Let me wait till I get everybody back.
okay, well, it's just.
Oh, yeah, question about the easement, yes.
The, did get a submission from, Rich Sander today.
Did that come in like at 4:30?
It was very late, but I just wanted to let you know that he said he didn't have your email, so that's why I forwarded his email. to you and Mark.
Yes, I did.
Of course not. No. Just wanted to.
Because, you know, if I can wait here.
No,
Okay.
no.
So here we are. I'd like to make a couple comments, then Dave is gonna make a couple comments. Greg is here as our engineer to answer any concerns or questions that we may have. First things first, I'd like to thank you for doing the homework on this that we've asked, because I know that this is a large task, and going through this on your own and looking for the information is a lot. I did it. It's a lot of work. I know that everybody has done it here.
Oh, no.
Regardless of the decision or where we go tonight, what I'd like is the following. One, I'm gonna read each item, like to poll the board, move on to the next question, regardless of the answer. I don't want it to be a back and forth with the applicant. I don't want it to be a back and forth with us. I want to come up with our decision on what we think we have and what we don't have and go forward. Additionally to that is we have an array of documentation that has come in on this application. In the event we don't agree, or in the event we cannot figure out where we're at, I'd like to make sure, as Greg is here, he can help us with, do we have it? Is he satisfied with it? Do we have more questions? We can leave that one and move on. I'd like to keep this to about an hour. I don't want to go much longer than this on this application. We have a lot to do tonight. So to avoid the back and forth, the what ifs, the I'm not sures, we're going over the information that we have. We're making a decision and we're moving on. Nadine provided an array of documentation, as you, I'm sure, printed. I have a packet here that includes the following: a full EAF Part 1, an EAF appendix that includes all of the environmental mapping, survey reports, survey studies, and updated wetland mappings. The waiver requests that we have already reviewed on the amount of lot numbers, the archaeological report, the no effect SHPO letter, the ecological report, the comments that came from Cornerstone, from the wetlands acceptance, the declaration of the private road, utility, drainage, conservation easements, and maintenance agreement that has been reviewed by our attorney, he has requested some changes and some alterations to, that, as Nadine has pointed out today, has just come in. We have additionally a 263-page SWIP that we have reviewed, and development plan set. So with all of that, I'm gonna start with Greg first. Greg, is there anything that you want to add to the documentation that we've reviewed in particular before we get started? Okay, Dave, you have something
I
quick?
just want to say something real
Sure.
quick about interpreting this form. At some point, probably in the future, we're going to do a declaration of significance, which means we're going to go through a series of questions relating to all different types of resources, air, water, traffic, et cetera, to determine whether there may or may not be at least one significant adverse environmental impact. They determine that if there might be at least one significant adverse environmental impact at that time, we'll do a positive declaration part of an environmental impact statement. If we determine that there's no significant adverse environmental impacts at that time, we will do a neg deck, and the project can move forward, and our permitting can move forward then. The questions here will look very similar to those questions. You're going to be asked whether there might be a small or no impact, or a small impact, moderate to large impact. But the purpose of these questions is a little bit different. If you say that there might be a moderate to large impact here, it does not mean that they're doing a POS deck, and it doesn't mean that we're going to do a POS deck. Doesn't mean they're going to do an environmental impact statement. The purpose of a part 2 is to identify the subject areas, potential impacts, where we want to get hard and fast information so we can make that declaration of significance. So if you say that there's no or small impact, that pretty much ends that question. And the point is to eliminate those areas that are not going to be important. There's going to be plenty of areas that will not have any importance at all and that are not germane to this application, like there's no radioactive activity or things like that. But if you have curiosity, significant curiosity about something, and you say it's a moderate to large impact, that means that's where the homework is going to get done. That's a signal to the applicant to go back and report back to us, and then we'll start getting into the data. It is not at this stage a POS deck. That question will come at another time. Right now, we're ordering the information for that. So you say moderate to large impact from on a stream, for example. That's a signal to the applicant to go back and report back on that. That's the purpose of these questions here. You said there's no or small impact, it's gonna go away, moderate to large impact, we're gonna get some form of report on it. That's functionally what you're doing here. This is, the declaration of significance will come at a different stage after that information comes back in. So that's your diagnostic.
Chair, can I ask
That was
one
very-
question for the?
You can ask one question, yes? I'm sorry.
For the lawyer?
Yeah.
Dave, could you tell us? I'm used to hearing the term mitigation, and there already have been some mitigations proposed by the applicant. Where do those mitigations proposed?
That's a great question. I would say, first of all, take the application as it comes with everything that's in it. Here's a shorthand for you, but ultimately this is your judgment. If the mitigation is directly in kind, so let's say the original application, was to take out 5 acres of wetlands, but they're going to rebuild 3 acres of wetlands. If you decide that that's really a 2-acre impact, you're okay. But if the mitigation is they're going to take a 5-acre wetland, but then they're going to open up the auditorium they're going to build to town events. That's very nice mitigation, but it's not going to affect the particular environmental resource. So use your judgment. You can. It's perfectly fair to look at mitigation, but only obviously apply it if it actually mitigates that particular impact.
And if any of our experts say they don't agree with that mitigation, it's not significant enough, doesn't really mitigate it enough, what do we do with that?
You use your experts. We're here for you. We will advise you the way this whole process is set up, not only at this stage, but more importantly, at the declaration of significance. You are the judgment. This home rule means that we have citizen decision makers on planning boards and in other places as well. You are, if not the experts technically, you're the experts in evaluating the information that you get, making a decision. We will answer your question. We'll provide you our perspective. We'll provide you information. It's going to be your decision. You are the citizen expert.
In addition to that,
Or the citizen decider.
CPL, our engineer, has also done a part 2, so he'll be able to answer on some of these things if we have concerns with the mitigation that Nadine provided, whether it was ample or not.
Okay.
Okay, so for instance, I'd like to.
We're not really doing that now, we just said. We're just going through.
I'm saying if we can't agree that the mitigation that's provided is accurate, Greg is here to say it is accurate or we need more.
We're not discussing.
No, we're not discussing stuff you just said. We're not discussing going through that. We're just seeing from what we looked at my 15 redwoods, if we think no or small, exactly as David just said, I can very easily go to impact on historical and archaeological resources, pretty much determine no there.
Correct.
Okay, but a lot of these others, we're not having a discussion. You just said, we'll be here.
I guess what I'm getting at is if we can't agree on something, we have our resources here to help us.
We don't have to agree right now. We're
Um,
just all saying what we think.
Ultimately, what will come out of this process is one part 2. The board.
that's the goal. She's keeping a part 2 right here.
You're basically saying if we're at a stalemate again, because we don't have quorum today.
But we have quorum, but not enough to.
Even number, we have quorum.
Yeah.
So for each of these items, we're gonna say whether we think it's whatever, or moderate or not. And you're gonna keep a scorecard.
Yep, we have
And
it.
if 4 people say it's not a moderate, then it's not a moderate.
Correct.
It's moderate. So we're doing.
Yeah, and
Each one of these.
Yeah.
items.
And for these decisions, we don't need motion for these decisions.
Right, we're just gonna go through them, poll the board and move on.
And by the way, the default is if it's that much of a struggle, if it's 3-3 and we're struggling with it, you just say moderate to large, and that way they'll go back and report more information. Again, it's not a pos deck. It's not like you're changing the world for the next year. They're just you're asking for some answers at that point.
So I guess I would appreciate it after you poll the board. That's all we're polling today.
Yes,
You as the chair say, what I'm hearing
is,
this is moderate to large, period.
and we're checking the box and go on to the next one. If we are at a 3 and 3, right, like Dave said, we can check it as a moderate to large, come back to it. Or Mr. Bolner is here and he might have his own situation based on his review.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Everybody ready? I'm gonna go through this quickly. Number 1, impact on land. I am showing a check mark of yes. Does everyone agree?
Yes.
Okay, the letter A. The proposed action may involve construction on land where depth to water table is less than 3 feet.
Now, what do we say?
What do I do now? Okay, so for no or small impact, raise your hand. For moderate to large, raise your hand. Okay? The proposed action may involve construction on slopes of 15% or greater. No or small impact?
Can I make a suggestion?
No, no suggestions.
Read the numbers.
What?
No,
No, keep up with me.
no.
The proposed action may involve construction on slopes of 15% or greater. No? No? Yes? Moderate? Okay, we'll come back to that. I don't know where you guys are coming up with anything more than 15%, but that's okay. The proposed action may involve construction on land where bedrock is exposed or generally within 5 feet of existing ground surface. No or small impact? Moderate to large? The proposed action may involve the excavation and removal of more than 1,000 tons of natural material. No or small impact? Moderate or large?
I have no idea. Do more than 1,000 tons?
No.
or not?
He's not moving any more than 1,000 tons.
It's like a 1,500. It's in
They're
there.
not taking it off site though.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't say that.
Excavation.
And
Okay.
I think it was.
I would say moderate to large.
I would say
It was
moderate.
great.
No problem. Thank you. The proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. No? Yes?
What is moderate to large? is
No
small.
or small or moderate to large? No or yes? No or yes?
It's a yes.
The proposed action is or may be located within a coastal erosion hazard area. No?
Not coastal, just,
Coastal erosion hazard area. I'm showing no.
no.
You skipped one.
You skipped F, that's what I was on.
Thank you, sorry. The proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including from treatment by herbicides. No? Yes? Okay,
So everything here was a yes.
No, yes.
you're polling. Moving on to number 2. The proposed action may result in modification or destruction of or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms on the site. I am showing no.
Correct.
Maren, do you have no for number 2?
Sorry, I have no.
Thank you. Can we all move on to number 2? There's nothing else to talk about going to number 3. Impacts on surface water, I am checking yes.
Yes.
Here we go. The proposed action may create a new water body. No? Raise your hand for no. Raise your hand for yes. Good. The proposed action may result in an increase or decrease over 10% or more than a 10-acre increase or decrease in the surface area of any body of water. No. Yes. Yep. The proposed action may involve dredging more than 100 cubic yards of material from a wetland or water body. No. Yes. The proposed action may involve construction within or adjoining a freshwater or tidal wetland or in the bed or banks of any other water body. No. Yes. The proposed action may create turbidity, in a water body, either from upland erosion, runoff, or by disturbing bottom sediments. No. Yes. 3 to 3. The proposed action may include construction of one or more intake for withdrawal of water from the surface area. No. Yes. No. The
This
propo-
one I don't, could we
Sure.
refer to the
Yes,
consultants on this?
Greg, I'm on 3F.
I don't quite understand what,
This would be referring to, if you were looking at direct intake from the surface water body for a water supply.
so you actually have a lake or something and you're pulling. out-
Proposed action may include construction of one or more intakes for withdrawal of water from surface.
So the
from-
The answers.
The intake for Indian Point Nuclear, that's an
Yeah.
intent.
Exactly. We're not doing that yet. Okay, so we're all good on that one?
Why is it that?
Yep.
As it's small. Yeah.
The proposed action may include construction of one or more outfalls for discharge of wastewater to surface area. No. Yes. The proposed action may cause soil erosion or otherwise create a source of stormwater discharge that may lead to siltation or other degradation of receiving water bodies. Thank you. No. Yes. The proposed action may affect the water quality of any water bodies within or downstream of the site of the proposed action. No. Yes. The proposed action may involve the application of pesticides or herbicides in or around any water body. No. Yes.
So I have a question on that one. Because when we're first doing the project, okay, they don't put any pesticides or herbicides. But like, I can't answer that unless we do what we're allowed to do, so a stormwater management system maintenance. Or in the HOA, it says you're not allowed to use any pesticides, but what do you do after the fact when they do the project correctly, they do the driveway, et cetera, and then Mr. and Mrs. Jones and Mr. and Mrs. Smith take Roundup and go Roundup crazy all the time.
I answered that as after the development is done.
I did too.
So I answered it as moderate.
Oh, I answered as no.
For that, so I'm gonna go moderate to large, because we don't know what we're gonna do.
Greg, do you have any weight on 3J?
No, I don't. I mean, I originally said no,
That's what I have. No.
but I understand what you're saying. It will be addressed by.
We're supposed to look at the totality and duration.
That's correct.
The duration of the,
I'm just gonna say in part one, the AAF for that question, for that section for pay, it's related to commercial and industrial projects only. So this really doesn't even apply to this application because this is for industrial.
Commercial and industrial use.
Yeah, so the, the answer to that and the first part doesn't apply, so it doesn't,
Wait a minute.
if you go to D
So
two,
refers to.
Hang on the part one.
let's go to, let me go get.
What
the-
page?
let's see. D2, right?
this is sort of irrelevant, if we think we got the Roundup team moving into 13.
You're right.
Well, you know what?
Hang on.
If you think that you must, if you want to put moderate or large. This is, there's so much to keep going, just keep going.
Well, I have it here. I have page 8 of the short form one.
Right.
And it says, will the proposed action, commercial, industrial, or recreation projects only use pesticides during construction or operation? We are NA. We are not, it's not a commercial, industrial, recreation project.
You want?
8, page 8, Q.
Q.
This is residential.
Construction of proposed action, commercial, industrial, recreational. Okay, and what's the other question that you put to part 2?
3J.
J. What's the letter?
J.
J is in.
It's
Yeah.
D2Q. It's the same one.
D2.
No, there's 2.
E2H,
328. Is that what it is?
which is
E2H.
on
Potential
page,
contamination.
which is on page
which is
10.
No, and no in the part one.
Right, potential contamination history. Has there been a reported spill at the proposed project site? Or have any remedial actions been concluded at or adjacent to the proposed site?
No,
No, so we don't go to the next question.
so it should be no in the part 2 because it's no on and not applicable in the
Well, can
part
we
one.
just say moderate to large, we're not supposed to be debating now, and then we can.
Well, hang on, in the part 1, it says it's not applicable. Why would we put moderate to large? If the answer is no.
Sure isn't looking that way the way it's written here.
But in the part 1,
Well,
The part one is not like,
hold on.
if part one, it's not like, if you put an egg in the frying pan.
I know, but if you go to part 2, it says the relevant question is part 1, so it asks you to report back. That's how I did my evaluation of this. Zorian, it looks like you did the same. I referred to the part 1 when I was confused.
Potential contamination history.
Surface water features, does any portion of the project contain wetlands or the water right?
You're,
Have it underlined.
You're in the wrong one.
This is D2H. This is.
E2. Yeah, surface water.
E2H.
Surface water features.
The first one is D2Q.
There's a second one.
And the second one is, I read it already.
Does any
But you're
portion of
right,
the
no, no,
project
E1.
site contain wetlands? But is it streams or ponds or lakes? Do any wetlands or the water bodies join the project site?
Right.
Any, it's about wetlands.
It's about wetlands, so it's already back to moderate.
Okay,
That was the
so
use
wait, we didn't
of-
get to J yet. We're at, we are in J. Okay, the proposed action may involve the application of pesticides or herbicides in any ground body of water. No? Yes. The proposed action may require the construction of new or expansion of existing wastewater treatment facilities. No? Yes. On to the next one. Impact on groundwater. I am showing a yes. Here we go.
Yes.
Yes.
The proposed action may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing water supply wells. No. Yes. Water supply demand from the proposed action may exceed safe and sustainable withdrawal capacity rate of the local supply or aquifer. No. Yes. The proposed action may allow or result in residential uses in areas without water and sewer services. No. Anybody else? No?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, the proposed action may allow or result in residential uses in areas without water and sewer.
Overdraw the aquifer and wells go dry?
We don't know.
No, that's just, are you putting houses in that are not,
That don't have any water.
That don't have central water and sewer?
That's a yes.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
They're gonna have central water and sewer?
They're not.
So that's a yes.
Yeah,
Says
it's not, it's a
within.
moderate to large, it's not just no, yes. It's no or small, moderate to large impact.
Greg, do you have on
Yes,
four C?
as, that would be read as, is there water and sewer available?
There is not water sewer available.
So will it may have an allowed residential uses in areas with, where water,
Without water.
without water and sewer, so it'd be yes. So it'd be moderate.
Moderate to
large
large.
impact.
That's a yes.
The proposed action may include or require wastewater discharge to groundwater. No? Yes? The proposed action may result in the construction of water supply wells in locations where groundwater is or is suspected to be contaminated. No? Yes. The proposed action may require the bulk storage of petroleum or chemical products over groundwater or an aquifer. No?
Easy one. as-
Yes. The proposed action may involve the commercial application of pesticides within 100 feet of potable water or irrigation sources. No. Yes.
We don't know.
So, yeah, I'm changing my answer now from our previous conversation. We don't know.
If we need something in an HOA or a mitigation or a
Right.
plan.
So
then-
Greg, you have four. G you have as moderate to large.
I had a no.
I have no as well. The proposed action may involve the commercial application of pesticides within 100 feet of potable drinking water or irrigation sources. We don't show anything in that conversation about that. Anyway, let's poll it again. No? You're a no? Yes? Okay, 4-2, it's a no.
Just go back to E.
Yep.
Bruce Barber had a yes for E. I think we voted, the majority voted no. And his rationale for that was, this is farmland, and they could have been contaminants used, treatments used, and so we don't know. There could be contamination.
So
Yeah.
I had the same answer to that, Rick, but after I did my review, they did 342 shovel tests and 60 test holes and never found anything.
How deep do those test holes go?
All I'm going is by the facts that I have. They had 60 test holes and 342 shovel tests. I have a hard time thinking that there's something contamination.
I understand.
Okay.
But I think Bruce, if he were here, would disagree and say that's not where you're getting your groundwork.
Understood?
And I know that.
I think that's what the discussion was, I think previously with Bruce and Liz.
Right.
But
So this one I really think needs more information and more discussion. Because that's a big deal. It's farmland.
I'm not disagreeing. I thought the same thing. I had the same mindset and then I went back and it was a no.
Oh, thank you, Pleasant.
Say that again?
I sound like somebody's paying attention.
Let's keep going. We can come back to that.
I'm just suggesting our consultant on water, or expert.
Greg, what did you have?
Yeah, no.
I had yes.
Oh, you had yes.
So for E, yes. Monitor large impact.
So the two consultants have yes.
All right, all swing to a yes.
Am I changing my answer?
No,
Do I have it?
wait, no, yes. There you go. Okay, moving on to 5. Impact on flooding, I have a yes. A, the proposed action may result in development in a designed floodway. No. Raise your hand, no, good. B, the proposed action may result in development within a 100-year floodplain. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in the development of a 500-year floodplain. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in a require modification of existing drainage patterns. No. Yes. The proposed action may change flood water flows that contribute to flooding. No. Yes. Greg, what did you have for 5E?
Yes.
Okay, you're the
And Barbara had yes also.
Yep. Is there, if there is a dam located on the site of the proposed action, is the dam in need of repair or upgrade? No.
Thank God, no.
Yes, here we go. Impacts on air, I'm showing no. Anybody with me? No? Okay, moving on, thank you. 7, impacts on plants and animals, I'm showing yes. Here we go. The proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of a threatened or endangered species, blah, blah, blah. No? Yes. B, the proposed action may result in reduction or degradation, thank you, of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species as listed by New York State. No. Yes. Greg?
Yes.
And Barbara had yes.
The impacts of the weather.
C, the proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any species of certain special concern or conservation need as listed by New York State and federal government, blah, blah, blah. No. I have 4 no's. Yes,
Barbara had yes. What you have?
Yes.
we have 4 no's,
Your consultants are saying yes.
but we're the board making the decision.
Well, I think we need further.
Greg, do you want to weigh in a little bit?
The, I mean, it's going to be addressed by the DEC one way or the other.
Well, that's why I put no. They're gonna have to give the permit to say it's okay.
But,
But that's part of mitigation, or that's part of the discussion that comes later on.
I was looking at the ecological report, by the way, that's where I got it.
Didn't we do, wasn't there an analysis done and no endangered or threatened species were not, nothing was found on this property?
That's correct.
Yes, there were, that, what were those, the dam bats?
Well, but the bats aren't part of the.
And our national, are doing.
Okay, I'm gonna pull you again on C. Okay. Go ahead.
So the way I understood it, we're supposed to do this without regards to work that may have been done by the applicant in terms of mitigations. So I would agree with you in terms of, this is supposed to be
All the
just
building, all the construction.
tabular, or is it tabular blanco, whatever.
Yep.
you want.
And I looked at the,
So
like I said, I looked at the
yeah.
ecological report, and that's where I got my answer.
So it could be yes. Or it is yes, he has yes, our other consultant who we hire says yes. If at the end of the discussion, we come up and we say, we go through what our attorney said was the determination of major significance, or whatever we call it, we may determine if the discussion, oh, we're okay, or it's not a big deal.
So we just talked about, we had a 4 no's. Do you want to revote? I mean, it
I
doesn't,
think it's significant that our consultants are saying yes.
I mean, I
But
understand.
yeah, I'd like to do revote.
Okay, so on C, the proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any species of special concern or conservation need, blah, blah, blah. No. I have 4 no's. Okay, moving on. D, the proposed action may result in the reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any species of special concern or conservation need. No.
Yes.
Zorian, you with me? I have 4 no's. Okay, moving on to
Barbara will say yes. Very good, yeah.
Well, Previously, Liz had no. Oh, no.
The proposed action may diminish the capacity of a registered national natural landmark to support the biological community it was established to protect. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in the removal of or ground disturbance in any portion of thank you, designated significant natural community. No. Yes. The proposed action may substantially interfere with the nesting, breeding, foraging, or overwintering habitat of the predominant species that occupy the project site. No. Yes. The proposed action requires the conversion of more than 10 acres of forest, grassland, or other regional or locally important habitat. No. Yes. Greg, what you have for H?
Yes.
Revolver head, yes.
Proposed action, commercial, industrial.
How did that vote?
Voted yes.
Yes, sir.
Proposed action, commercial, industrial, recreation projects involves use of herbicides or pesticides. No. Make a decision on the herbicides, Freddie, will we? Okay, no or yes. I have 5 no's. Here we go. On 8, impact on agricultural resources. I'm checking yes. The proposed action may impact soil classified within soil groups 1 through 4 of the New York State Land Classification System. No. Yes.
Question, anybody was able to find those groups anywhere? Nowhere they are.
My notes that I wrote is the first 4 prime land soil types associated by the Ulster County Department of Agriculture, BA, CNA, CNB,
Right, but
TN,
there is
UN
no one and four.
are not on the site.
There is no one and four, that's what this misleading.
Right, so the form,
There is a not digital with specification.
right, but the overlay shows the individual soils and they're not listed on the Department of Agriculture.
And our expert on soils and wetlands said no.
Great. The proposed action may sever, cross, or otherwise limit access to agricultural land, including cropland, hay fields, pasture, vineyards, orchard. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in excavation or compaction of soil profile of active agricultural land. No. Yes. The proposed action may irreversibly convert agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, either more than 2.5 acres if located in the ag district, or more than 10 acres if not within the agricultural district. No. Yes. The proposed action may disrupt or prevent installation of an agricultural land management system. No. Yes. The proposed action may result directly or indirectly in increased development potential or pressure on farmland. No. Yes. The proposed action is not consistent with the adopted municipal farmland protection plan.
Are we at a tie to do this?
Yes.
Are we gonna move farmland or not move farmland? Say what farmland again.
You got to keep up.
It's fine, no, I just.
All right, G, the proposed project is not consistent with the adopted.
F.
Revote.
Proposed action.
I have it here.
One more time.
Raise your hand for no.
Yes.
Okay, on F is a no. Let's vote again. F, no. Yes.
Okay.
G, no. G is a no. 4 no's. Thank you. Moving on. Okay. This is fun, right? Great.
Actually, it's going very well.
It's great. I know. I agree. Impact on aesthetic resources. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's comical. Okay.
Where could you go and get paid for just saying that? Yes.
Make more at Walmart. Okay, here we go. Impact on aesthetic resources. I'm showing yes. Thank you. A, proposed action may be visible from any official designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource. Hope you all are with me. No, because we discussed it and lot 14 is moved. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Or no,
reason they're.
I'm on no still. Raise your hand for no. Raise your hand for yes. Guys, we talked about this.
It's not that.
Doesn't matter,
That
that's a
doesn't matter
mitigation.
in doing this. Because you move one lot, when the lights are all on there, you're gonna see all these
Okay.
buildings or whatever.
Market,
We're not-
Greg, what did you have?
Yes.
Okay, moving on.
And so do Bob.
You said
That's
we're not
fine.
discussing.
That's,
And
we're
then
not,
we discuss.
we're not discussing. The proposed action may result in the obstruction, elimination,
You're
or,
trying to influence the jury.
huh?
Trying
So I'm just saying, we talked about it ad nauseum. I can't imagine, huh?
Is your name Aileen?
No, we're not talking about that.
You are thinking what's news.
Yeah, I got rid of cable a long time ago.
Is this on, this is on, real live?
Yeah, thanks. The proposed action may result in the obstruction, elimination, or significant screening of one or more officially designated scenic views. No. Yes. Patrick, are you voting?
I'm abstaining on this. No.
You can't.
Okay,
Can't
no.
abstain.
Okay. Vote again. No. Thank you. We have 5 no's. The proposed action may be visible from,
No.
the proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points. Seasonally screened by summer foliage, but visible during other seasons or year round. There's 2 check marks here. I'm gonna ask the first check mark first. Stay with me. No. Yes. The second check mark. No. Yes. Thank you.
Wait. We got yes.
We have a yes, the first one, and no, the second. The situation or activity in which viewers are engaged while viewing the proposed action is, first one, routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work. No. Yes. The second one, recreational or tourism-based activities. No. Yes. The proposed action may cause a diminishment, that's a new one for me, of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource. No. Yes. There are similar projects visible within the following distance of the proposed project. I am showing no. Yes. Okay, here we go. Moving on to 10. Impact on SHPO. Yes. Historic and archaeological resources. I'm sorry.
There are.
We got a negative,
You got a negative.
I got a no on this.
Number 10, you have a no? Okay, raise your hand for yes. Raise your hand for no. There you go. Moving on. Number 11.
Yeah.
Yes, impact on open space and recreation. I have a no or a yes.
What now?
Greg, on 11, do you
Yes.
have,
Yes.
you have a yes?
You have a yes?
Okay, here we go. I do not.
Based on the ones in part 1?
Here we go. A, the proposed action may result in an impairment of natural functions or ecosystem services provided by an undeveloped area, including but not limited to stormwater storage, nutrient cycling, or wildlife habitat. No? Yes.
Yeah, raise your hand.
I was.
I'm a no.
I checked no on.
The proposed action may result in the loss of a current or future recreational resource. No. Yes. What, did you guys not read this one? Moving on. The proposed action may eliminate open space or recreational resource in an area with such few resources. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in the loss of an area now used informally by the community as an open space resource. No. Yes.
So the only one that here, it's a yes, I don't know whether we all voted in that, because if there was a B demon, is A, the moderate. to
I had no on the whole thing,
I
so.
had-
No, he didn't. I was.
Yeah, I had no on the whole
checking
thing.
you with my no.
Greg, did you have any yeses here?
On the A.
Okay,
And
I will
Bob and
gladly
yes.
so swipe yes.
Okay,
Bob and yes.
that's fine. Moving on.
so what are we doing, a yes with an A, or it's?
It's a yes with an A. That's correct. That's the vote. Yep. Impact on critical environmental areas. No. Very good. Moving on. We're getting better here. Impact on transportation. No. I have 4 no's, 5 no's. Okay. Impact on energy. No. I have 5 no's. Impact on noise, odor, and light. I am showing yes. There we go. A proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any residence, hospital, school, licensed daycare center, or nursing home. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in routine odors for more than 1 hour per day. No.
Really depends on who's cooking.
Yep. Yes, here we go. The proposed action may result in light shining onto adjoining properties. No. Yes. The proposed action may result in lighting, creating sky glow brighter than existing area conditions. No. Yes. Impact on human health.
Can I have that? Just 2 yeses?
The last two, yeah.
So D and E, 4 yeses.
Yeah, yes for both.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last.
You're 4 yeses for both.
Impact on human health. No. I'm on number 16. Impact on human health. No. 4, 5, no, 4 no's. Okay, moving on. Consistency with community plans. No. I have 4 no's. Number 18, consistency with community character. No. I have 4 no's. Okay. Now, with that information, thank you. That was a long time coming. We've been talking about part 2 for 2 years now, Nadine.
40 minutes, by the way.
That's a record.
So what's the next step?
Okay, Mr. Counselor, can you help us with that?
Legally, the board will produce a document that responds to everything that you, that explains the value and evaluates everything you said yes to. As a practical matter, the board will probably rely on the applicant to produce the first draft of that. But if you don't want to, I mean, it can be up to you and your consultant to explain.
We have a consultant.
Yes.
And
Sure. So Greg, based on the information that we just answered, the lovely Jasmine will get that by check mark to you. And then if you
I
can
tried
write
to
up.
do the same, but
Do you have,
I'll check.
what's that?
Tiebreaker, what are we doing?
Tiebreaker, Greg, we're gonna go with moderate to large. So Greg can do the evaluation.
So Greg will produce a part 3 for us. We'll take a look at it. Ultimately, it will be the board's document. So if there's anything you don't like in it, we'll cross it out. If then you want to put it, we'll put it in. And that will be the end of the EAF. At that point, we will have the document, we will have the information necessary to make a declaration of significance. At that point, we'll go through the regulations on that. Many of the questions will be similar, but you'll be asked to determine whether or not we need an environmental impact statement because of at least one significant adverse environmental impact to, for example, water, wetlands, or habitat, things like that. Sure. There's a set of regulations there, it's somewhat analogous to these questions, but we'll pull it right out of the regulations.
So just to, the part 3 that's being prepared. will
Greg is gonna
that
prepare it.
Be able, that discusses what's actually proposed and how that addresses this large matter info, whether it's by conservation or mitigation or other
Yeah,
things.
whether to explain what the impact is, the board ultimately needs to know whether there's going to be a significant, the potential.
Of a significant
for a
adverse.
significant environmental impact. So we just pick one of the things we check yes on, which would then, let's say, impairment of natural functions or ecosystem services, open space and recreation. So ecosystem services. So Greg will prepare a write-up and we'll
Talk about it.
vote on it.
So-
We
so
have
it's a
an
board-
outline, is that something that we share?
Yeah.
Great, to,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can provide him the documents. They're in our folder, so Greg has them.
Right.
But, if you wanna
Station, if we mention that there's something to do with the
Of course.
pesticides in there, he can at least
Well,
skim it
yeah,
and refer to it.
cite it, sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would suggest that if there were.
Good idea. That helps you.
pesticides, it
Yeah.
sounds like it's.
thank you.
Yeah.
Right, because we're very familiar with the plans and the whole concept.
You
that
feel,
it-
Greg, that it would be a good time for you guys to chat about this as you're doing it?
Let me get the documents.
Okay.
Well, let me go back and look at the documents and then.
If you need to set up a call, the 4 of us can do that and we can
Okay.
have somebody join.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
So,
Nick?
David, the chair. I think this process was great.
Thank you.
There
I
were-
agree.
There were things. For the chair, let's take the HOA for example. It's 49 pages long. Or is that the one that's 263?
The what's
No, that was the SWIFT.
So the HOA was there may be things that members of the board feel have to go in the HOA and are not in the HOA. So Greg simply in the course of putting together this summary, and the HOA isn't even, we didn't even talk about the HOA, what we just did, but
So he's still reviewing it.
if he's missed, David's still reviewing it. But at what point does the board, members of the board say, wait a minute, there's like 4 or 5 things missing in either in terms of maintenance of stormwater facilities, in terms of lighting, street lighting,
Phasing.
lighting, all that. How does the board give that input to make sure that that's considered as we're doing the evaluation of significance and whether we do or we don't need an EIS?
Remind me, is this a type 1 action or just some?
Yes, it is.
Okay, type 1, which means that we lose one of our tools. Because if this was unlisted, we could choose to do something called a condition negative declaration. So you can actually give it a neg deck, but you could pile all those conditions on it. We can't do that here because it's type 1. So we're going to be stuck with a neg deck or a pause deck. And it depends on how much of a dialogue we have with the applicant. I mean, if the applicant knows, I mean, you mentioned an aspect of the HOA which would deal with stormwater. If for some reason that it becomes clear that we're concerned about stormwater, we need reassurance on that, the applicant in a typical situation where there's a dialogue might be expected to generate the type of response and condition that we need, in which case we'd be able to see it and you'd see that particular impact being less. You wouldn't be as worried about it if you believed in what they were doing. So we'll need, if you want to do that, and particularly not because we can't do the CND, a condition negative declaration, you may want to build that process in to avoid necessarily going to a pause deck for something that can be solved without one. If that's what you decide you want to do.
So what you're suggesting is an either or, it's either going to be negative or positive.
Correct.
I'm confused because I thought if it was a negative, it's with mitigation methods.
Well, again, okay,
Or
if they propose it, if they propose the mitigation and we lock that in, that's this was litigated back in the 90s as to how much we can do without falling into a condition negative declaration, which is not legal for this project. So they've essentially got to propose it of their own volition. But the other side being, if they don't, you can pause deck it, and then through the EIS process, it'll come out. But that's a big step.
we sort of tied our hands, and the applicant may want to reconsider the typing of it, so we tied our hands. So if the board suggests,
Well, a type 1 action is an action that's on the type 1 list.
You can't adjust.
You don't, it's not discretion. I mean, there are times when there's judgment.
so if it's,
It is what it is.
all right, so it is what it is. So if the board says, all right, look, we want the following things to be in the HOA, and the applicant says no, then we say, okay, we pause that.
Well, then your concern would be that the stormwater is not being adequately handled.
Adequately
You're not sure about it. They're gonna have to go ahead and look at every single aspect of it. Yeah, that's the conversation.
Or any aspect of what we had before us.
If they do it, if you pause deck it, they're gonna produce a document which is gonna be in very significant detail on everything, on a whole bunch of issues going back to when this was first settled by the Native Americans.
Most of what, and the document. should be
Hang on, Rick, you want to hear that? Let him finish. Say that again.
I was actually being glib, but they will do a survey looking at the soil types, at the drainage, at the archaeological use of the site, the historic use of the site. These are EIS is a significant document, and there are times when you and the applicant just will not be able to come eye to eye on a major project, and that's what needs to be done. If you can get to where you need to be without it, but we can't do a CND because of type 1 action, it's a condition negative declaration. So the applicant is going to have to propose the types of mitigation that would be satisfactory to the board to avoid that. And they may not know exactly what it is, but you can have a dialogue, but the board should not cross over into demanding particular mitigation on the applicant to avoid a pause deck, because that can be considered a condition negative declaration.
Okay, so if we can't get what we believe is necessary, we have to pause that.
I'm not going to say you always have the authority to pause deck, and if you're dissatisfied that that all the environmental impacts are significantly mitigated to the point where they go away, yes, then you have to pause deck.
And
May
But you
I-
I know
you have
you've
that judgment.
I know you've weighed in on this before, and I just don't remember what you said. Is the HOA part of this secret process?
Yeah, but
Yes.
it can be, and in particular, If look, there's gonna be related to like how they vote and things like that, but if the HOA addresses issues that you think, environmental issues that you consider important, the answer is yeah, of course. I mean, mitigation such as it is shows up in conditions on subdivision approval, as we just discussed it, a little while ago. It could be an HOA, it could be an easement, there's a bunch of things. It could be other sorts of requirements, but yes, an HOA. That's why we look at the HOA, because it gives us confidence that certain things are going to be done. Some of those things are social, this is how we're going to vote, this is how we're going to meet. Some of those things might be environmental. We're going to have certain mitigation for stormwater, and it's going to be inspected every so often, and there's going to be a fund to repair it, that sort of thing, up to the board's satisfaction. If you're worried about a downstream water body that can be impacted by the runoff, and the runoff from any residential subdivision is going to have thermal impacts. It's probably going to have phosphorus, so it's going to have potential for algae growth and for nutrients, things like that. You want to see that those things are being screened out. Now, the engineer may tell you that, yeah, sure, this type of pond works great, and then you may want some certification that that they have to look at it, they have to repair it, they have to paint it. That's your judgment. If this is a big project, it's type 1 action. Under the rules, type 1 action has a presumption of an environmental impact statement. So you've got to be sure that everything is being dealt with, and you should give the applicant a chance to do that. And at the end of the day, if they do it, then you can, if you're confident, you can neg deck it. If you're not confident, then it's time for a pause deck, and we'll take another look at it in the EIS.
Okay,
Well,
so,
just really quickly on that, because this document is being reviewed by the attorney right now. Once it's in the format that he's happy with, it will definitely also be circulated. Sure, it's available to the board, but it'll be circulated so that, anything has to do with the conservation easements or the drainage easements or use of these things that you can take a look at. So to be sure that the language is in there the way you want it in there. Because I know we talked about that and how these things are going to be protected and maintained and no bill.
I would just point out that your attorney is technologically useless. And so whatever is going to be in there to protect the environment, the conservation easement, for example, I'll go to Bruce or Greg and say, is this protecting the wetland resources that we want? Is this protecting the other ecological resources that we want? If it's stormwater, if it's, I'll look at it and say, does it do what we need it to be done? I'm not going to make any technological judgments as to anything. Things are spelled right and organized, and if there are certain legal things in it, but in terms of the issues for protecting the environment, that gets farmed out to people that actually have degrees and stuff like that. I will not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
okay, Greg, you have work to do. You will get back to us with the findings, and we will see, we'll hear from you in a couple of weeks.
I did call Bruce when I first saw the conservation easement, although there were other problems with the overall structure of the documents. I did call Bruce and say, did you look
I
at
just
this?
have one quick question.
I don't want to touch it.
Just one quick. So we know. So I'll share with Bruce or Greg. So will we be on the next agenda to go over the part 3 with the board?
We'll see when we get it.
Well, let me see when we get it.
Okay.
Greg has to do it, and if we get it in time, yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
because he doesn't have it 2 weeks before. He's the
No.
one preparing it. So as long as
Correct.
we have it.
But you may have to talk.
As long as he has it, as long as his decision is finalized,
Bruce?
Bruce Barber.
No.
Who's Bob?
David?
Who's Barber?
Oh,
Oh,
I
wait,
didn't
wait.
realize he was still doing review.
No, at this point right now, Greg is doing his review of the part 3. If he has questions, he's going to come to you, our attorney and myself, and we'll be able to go from there and get an idea of where we are. If he has additional questions and needs additional resources, he'll reach out to me and ask where we are for the next step. As of right now, Greg is doing the only review.
I think it would be to the applicant's benefit to make sure that all the ecological
Yes.
people have weighed in on it and can tell the board, plus or minus.
So we're gonna get it 2 weeks before the next meeting.
No.
No, we don't know. We don't know. It's gonna s-
Hey, guys, listen,
Guys,
whenever
we
he
don't
gets it to
know.
us is when.
Whenever. That's what we-
Yeah, it is what it is. You could take him a month.
In 26, it could be in a week.
Okay, moving on.
I guess I should.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nadine. Greg, we are talking about wildlands next, and I know you did an engineering review.
Yes.
I don't want to put you on the spot. All of your comments are based on our acknowledgements. So I don't think you need to stay unless you feel.
No, I'll stay.
Okay.
That way, in case you have any questions.
You got it.
Why?
Wildlands, come on up. Bob, Mike, thanks for hanging out. He did his analysis?
No, you might have questions.
Okay, so if he has questions, we'll bring him in, like Dave just did on the homeowners association. He brought him in and asked him to review it. He's involved.
Be at the meeting, if we get what Greg's done, Bruce needs to look at it.
That's correct.
He needs to look at it because there's a lot of Bruce questions.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Do I ever-
His review is over.
No.
He has.
No, it isn't.
Can you let me finish? Please, thank you. I'm the chair. Let me finish. His review is over. When we have additional questions and we decide on a significance of determination, he will be here for that so we can utilize it. But as of right now, he is doing a review based on our attorney's request. That is his review as of right this second.
What Greg is doing, unless Greg also has a degree in wetlands and soil and everything else, he's summarizing what we just did tonight, and some of the stuff, the expertise is launched with Bruce. So you gotta talk to Bruce on some of the things that you have expertise in or degrees in, right? And when you come back with whatever you come back, a year from now, 6 months from now, whatever you come back to it, Bruce needs to be part of that meeting that we're reviewing that stuff, because you can't answer Bruce-like questions. I thought.
Is that a question mark?
That's a question mark.
Okay, I will make that determination and the answer is yes. he will be here. It's not Nadine's decision.
But you said yes, that's correct.
His review as of right this second is over with the exception of our attorney's request. If Greg or other information is needed, he will be here. But as of right this second, there's no questions for him with the exception of the homeowners association. Not having him here did not adversely impact us.
Oh, yeah,
We-
it did.
No, it didn't. We had his part 2 in the file for questions we did it.
And we're good to have him here to state.
Okay,
some
well,
reasons why he-
I thought that it was more important to have our engineer.
So. Yeah, it was very important to have him here. It was
Good.
important to have Bruce here as
We're
well.
moving on. Okay, the next application is Wildlands Holdings, Planning Board Application 2022-187, which is a minor subdivision located on Rockville Road. The applicant is Mike Fink and Bob James is our representative. Bob, why don't you bring us up to speed on where we're at, what documentation you provided so we can get started.
So for the June meeting, I submitted revised plans, drainage study for the proposed culvert on lot 3. A letter from Joe Diamond, archaeologist, regarding the archaeological study, revised habitat study with the northern elongated bat revision, and a letter to DEC regarding the endangered bat. We've got back the archaeological study with no significance. There was one addition that Joe had to go through. Apparently, the structures guy at SHPO wanted to see if there were any archaeological structures nearby. And out of 19 that Joe listed, there was only one of significance, and apparently they re-sided it with vinyl and changed the windows, and all you can see is the foundation, and then you had to look real hard to see the foundation.
Okay, so you have SHPO responses that they're gonna look at that,
Response.
but they're gonna look at that,
Yeah.
said that they need to go and get best based on Joe Diamond's review. Okay,
And you should have most of that.
Yep. I have all that in the folder.
The letter that I formulated to DEC asking for their jurisdictional determination on the back went to 3 emails, 3 different emails at DEC.
Correct.
I got back one response saying that it might take them a month to give a.
That's what he actually said in his email.
Yeah.
We have been behind, we'll get to it. ...
Like they were better off when they were second.
How about we go over those comments from CPL so we can let Greg hit the road? Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so we are going to go to 2023-0601. Scroll down a little bit. We gotta go over the line, I'm sorry. So folks, we are pulling up the CPL comments that Greg provided us. We can move through those before we get to Mr. Church's. It's that one right here on the left top.
And at the bottom of wildland, I mean, we addressed a bunch of these also.
Correct. So we'll just go through these quickly. Greg, that's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the highlighted versions, number 3. Comment conditionally satisfied, Rock Hill Road is a minor road and based on plan review, the site distance from the common driveway and the driveway of lot 1 appear to be adequate. We've talked about this before. The planning board should acknowledge acceptance of the highway superintendent's review. I've spoken to the highway superintendent ad nauseum. I've asked him half a dozen times to get me a letter accepting that he is okay. He and the fire inspector went together. The fire inspector wrote his note saying, I'm good. Highway superintendent has not gotten to me. I don't know, with the exception of writing the letter for him and having him sign it, which I refuse to do. But I have approval from the highway superintendent and the fire inspector that everything is kosher when it comes to the road and layout and pull-ups. So I believe that the planning board is acceptable of that as proposed. Number 4, again, fire, that is in the folder. The fire chief is happy with it. We're good there. Number 5, the grading should be provided for the common driveway section. The grades are not recommended to exceed 10%. The existing grades do not appear to show the driveway exceeding 10% as verbally reported by the applicant's professional. Remember, folks, we said that if Bob's going to put his stamp on it, we agree with it. But based on the field observation, the planning board chair accepted and agreed. The planning board should acknowledge acceptance of these. So Greg, good job on pointing that out. We're good with it. Comment conditionally satisfied, number 6. General recommendation that the driveways intersection of the road are near perpendicular. We talked about this. The highway superintendent is happy with it. Number 7, the applicant proposes to asphalt pave the first 15 feet. We, as a planning board, wanted that done. That's something that we do on all of our applications. We want the first 15 feet paved. The highway superintendent also supports.
We also said no to doing the driveway in the previous meeting.
That's
A
correct.
single driveway.
Yes.
So we didn't-
So on the shared driveway, we want a 15-foot pavement. We do that on all our applications, not on the individual curb cut going in off of Rock Hill Road. So we're okay with that. Last time we spoke, you guys were good with that. On number 8, conditionally satisfied, the scale of the grading plan on sheet 2 of 4 for lot 1, 2, and 3 make it difficult to measure. A note should be provided to indicate that the grade of the driveways for lot 1, 2, and 3 will not exceed 15%. Bob, can you just throw that on there? Okay, you put it on there. Thanks. So we're good with that. That note that will be added, it's added on. Grading is only provided for approximately 100 feet of the overall 1,600-foot driveway for lot 3. Grading and drainage control plans should be provided for the full length of the driveway for lot 3. Grade should not exceed 15%. This was discussed in the applicant's professional provide proposed grading for a portion of the driveway for lot 3 that is in the enlarged plan. Bob, did you provide that on the new submittal?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. We did not review that. Thank you. So,
Well, but what I'm saying there is that the rest of the planning boards
okay, with it.
agreed that that is an existing driveway. and it's
Yeah,
not
we did a site
required.
visit. It's there. We saw it.
Okay, and so that was the part I may not have written it right, but that's the part I was saying, the planning board.
Yep.
Needs to acknowledge. it.
We're with you. We're good there.
Okay.
So that satisfies that page. Let's go to 12. You with me, Greg?
Yep.
Okay. The erosion control plan should be updated to include drainage controls for the remaining portion of the driveway for lot 3. The applicant's professional indicated that the remaining portion of the driveway for lot 3 exists and no improvements are proposed. Board, we saw this driveway. We didn't have any concerns with it when we were on site. This is lot number 3 with the stone wall that we moved.
The only concern we had was where the waterfall. came
That's
down
correct.
off the Cliff with the drainage.
Yes, which we've mitigated that problem.
Correct. And so all I was saying here is the rest of the road, there's no drainage improvement shown for the rest of it. I keep calling it driveway.
Remaining. Yeah,
The remaining portion of the driveway is the planning board accepted.
we're okay with that. Yes. Okay, so Greg, unless there's anything else I'm missing on your side?
Nope.
Okay, so
The retain, by the way, the retaining walls, comment 13.
Yep.
They're less than 4 foot retained.
Okay, okay, I just, yeah, and,
you would give us a nice stamp that says that.
yeah, well, and
It's on
that's,
the plan.
it's a statement, and it's more of a statement, if the retaining wall is 4 feet or greater, it requires a building permit, and,
So your aspect is done on this application. You're good. Okay. So thank you, Greg. You're all set. Dave, you had the opportunity to review this if I remember correctly. If you don't mind, we'll go over your review.
So I emailed, following up on a fuller review from previously.
The GEC.
There were three primary outstanding, well, let me step back. I'll make a case that you're trying to get to the point of deeming the application complete.
Yeah.
For the purpose of scheduling the public hearing.
Sure.
Completeness will include a secret determination. So I also, at the chairman's request, did go ahead and fill out parts 2 and 3.
Thank you.
We may talk about my approach to filling that out versus what you just went through.
Yeah.
Because I will note it's not yes or no, it's no or small impact.
Sure.
So I took that in mind. There were 3 outstanding issues. You just took care of one, satisfying the CPL multi-point memo, which was handled through a Zoom call and follow-up, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there was, Lauren or Zach, I don't remember who was on that one. Bob, myself, and Greg. Yes.
Okay. We have the northern long-eared bat, potential habitat that's being advanced as endangered. The protocol now published is that the applicant needs to contact DEC. They did that. One could argue they did what they were supposed to do. My guess with this new designation, because I've dealt with this for a different client, is they're going to come back and tell you to honor the seasonal cutting of mature trees.
Yes.
It's just going to take longer now for them to tell you that.
Yeah, is it a possibility that they could just write it in, we're just not gonna cut during, and just do the old way,
Yes,
and we're okay?
Yeah, we'd be okay with that.
It's on that.
Yeah, it's on the map
but you're not
already.
getting to approval yet. You're just getting the public hearing.
Right, but ultimately what Martin's saying is if we did just put it on the map, that satisfies our condition. And we don't have to wait for DEC.
I agree completely.
Okay, so, yeah, it's on the map already,
I think it's good enough.
and so we're.
Do you feel it's good enough, Dave?
Do it that way. and we
Okay,
move on.
so-
DEC says 4 weeks, that really means it's 4 months.
Right, so bats, check mark, we're done with the bats. Okay.
Third item is the archaeology and cultural resources. Since the last meeting, they've got a report from a PhD archaeologist that's been submitted to the State Historic Preservation Officer.
Joe Diamond, by the way, who has been outstanding.
Yeah, and there's no impact. I've seen previous to this sort of back and forth with SHPO about, we want a better map, we want this or that, we want, hey, by the way, but the point being, he went in the field and did actual testing. So I'm not sure what this discussion is about potential buildings.
That was something that was found by,
They've split up, they've got a guy that just does structures.
in SHPO.
Right.
In SHPO.
Right.
So he raised an issue,
James.
well, you got something close by,
Yeah,
put together a list, and he did that,
right.
and there was nothing significant.
Which, by the way, is a similar situation to the next one coming up on your agenda, where
Yes.
there's a historic home in proximity to property. So I'm satisfied that you have accredited professional that signed off that there's no impact. We're technically waiting for the final memo from SHPO.
Yeah.
That says that.
Which could be, like Martin said, 4 weeks or 4 months.
It's unpredictable.
I know.
It could come quick, it could. My argument to you is that satisfies completeness, except for seeker determination, for you to schedule a public hearing.
Thank you. Board, do you want to do a seeker determination?
I like to do seeker,
Feel comfortable?
right before
Oh,
the public.
Okay.
hearing, So the public can hear what's going on.
so why don't we set up a public hearing?
Set up a Public hearing, jam through secret, it'll take 2 seconds. and
I agree, that's a
if
good
there's
idea.
Somebody here, and they say, no, actually.
Yeah, yeah,
That's my old cement blocks, that's not really an archaeological.
No, I agree. Let's do seeker at the beginning of the public hearing. So Bob, Mike, public hearings go first on our agendas. You'll be appreciative of that, I'm
You won't
sure.
know what to do with yourself.
You won't know what to do with yourself next.
Yes, no.
Yes. So, yeah, no, yes, not. So what do we need for a public hearing? We need a motion
I will make a motion to start public hearing for the next regularly scheduled.
Agreed. So Maren, Zach, You'll have that. So we have the motion for the public hearing. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Gentlemen, so we have Mr. Church is happy. You have Mr. Bolner who's happy. Now you gotta make the public happy. We will see you first on the agenda, 6:30 at the next regularly scheduled. meeting. And I'll give you that, okay? Thank you, guys.
The guy that's kind of the lyric thing.
What, those bottles and stuff and those rocks talking about?
I don't know who it is, but they're doing a funky, they're funky lot line, come on, make nice.
Lot line.
The gallery. I'm very familiar with that road, and those driveways going in, lots are so narrow. And if one lot had its own driveway and the other one had a driveway. So we have both neighbors on the north side, one right there, and one already on half course. Yes.
No. You did.
No one would do. Oh, you want to do.
Oh, I don't know, too.
On your papers.
And then you can still have. Makes sense.
Yeah, the best thing is now.
Yeah, right.
Okay, the next one is Ian Reed.
Just a reminder, go through the parts 2 and 3 drafts I did.
Yeah, they're in the folder for.
They're in the
secret
folder.
file.
Particularly part 3, because I had to write an error. Explain why you might be heading to a negative declaration.
Very good. Very nice.
Not to hold you up, sir, but are you here for a future application?
Yes.
Churu?
Yes.
I sent you an email saying you're not here and you're here.
Yeah.
And that's because your email has a letter of representative, what's his name, who was here the last meeting, so. Now I'm familiar with you, I apologize. Okay. Mr. Reed, you're back, thank you. Couple things, folks, you have maps in front of you or coming? Coming? You have it? Let's get some here. This one is done. This one is done. Your way, guys. Good.
That's what we have now.
Potentially, yes. Yep, okay, so, Ian, a couple things of where we're at right now. First, we're gonna have Mr. Church go over his review because it's the first review. He'll go over his findings and then we'll just talk to the board and see if there's anything that maybe we're missing. Good opportunity here for you to make some notes on what you're gonna need for outstanding items. Also, Jasmine will get us a post-meeting letter in the event we missed anything. First thing, Dave, do you want to start?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you have the memo from the code enforcement officer, the initial review. Clarifying that the planning board retains authority for the final approval. There's no county referral because it's just 2 lots. Secret form was provided. The only identifiable resource of note is the Baker Sebastian Stone House, which is listed or potentially eligible for listing, but it's 500 something feet away.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't need anything for that then?
No,
Okay.
Well, don't, if it is within 500 feet, we have to. say
It's more than 500.
Over 500?
it's close.
Well, what is?
Is it?
It's 500, but it's close.
Subject to.
Shippo? Okay.
Yeah, you can get a comment letter.
Right, get a comment letter.
See what happens.
I mean, it's,
Get a comment letter.
I wasn't asking, I was telling you that you were getting one. It's on my list. Shippo.
That's like being almost pregnant. It's close.
Yeah, you're there or you're not.
It's close.
Okay, go ahead.
A little bit.
We'll do that for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's see here. You had previously provided a 9-point memo to this applicant.
Yep.
Like, some months ago. I don't know the status of the responses for those.
I'm pretty sure we sent everything in.
We're missing.
We're missing some. We'll go over those.
Okay.
Okay. The additional, so You do need to put the soil, according to code, you gotta put soil types on the map.
Okay.
Okay,
So is Don coming in the future, or are you gonna send these items to Don?
I'll send them.
Okay, so we're gonna add this to our list then. So we need soil types on the map.
yeah, your map's good, except it's just gotta put the general soil types on there.
Okay.
Okay, which you can get at, he knows how to get. All right, so the shared driveway, private road, did you follow all this, shared driveway, private road?
So we have a road maintenance agreement that has come in, and our attorney is scheduled to review that, just has not yet. I just
So
received
you
it.
need technically to grant him,
Just received it.
you need technically to grant this applicant a waiver, according to your code.
Yes.
For access to your shared driveway. You need a road maintenance agreement. And you also need documentation. So you're coming in off the public street on a private road, then to a shared drive, right?
That has since changed. So
Okay.
that was the original entrance, and then we changed it in the most updated map,
Okay,
just for.
this is updated.
I believe so. Is that, does that have a set map design?
We don't see any
It
changes.
looks like it's coming private road
Yeah,
to shared drive.
do we have a copy of that?
Well, anyway, you're gonna
I
need.
yeah, I
if
sent-
you're
I
using
sent
both
it.
the access agreements, maintenance agreements for both the road and the drive. The road has to be reviewed by the town highway superintendent, the private road.
Okay, this wouldn't be a private road though. This would just be a shared driveway off of Doug. Just,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So I think what
So
you're
that's
doing.
different than what's on.
Yeah,
Last time we told them, yeah, you could come off the private road, but you're gonna need, you need the RMA, the road maintenance agreement.
We have that, it's in the file
But you
already.
need to include, you need to get permission from all the other members of the private
Exactly.
road.
This was,
So we offered you the alternative.
exactly.
Just go in off of Doug Road. I don't know if Doug
Oh, on the
Road.
flag here.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if Doug Road has a 50-foot frontage, so the waiver we have to give is to the 50-foot frontage. That way you're only dealing with a road from Doug Road up the flag to the existing
That's
house.
correct.
Correct.
And then a shared driveway over to the other house. And you would not be coming into the private road.
I have the map. Can I?
Is that what you want to do?
I can, yes.
I want
have
to
it.
work to you.
So Ian, you have the maps, and we don't have the hard copies, which we need them.
Okay.
So, but that's okay,
Okay.
because you could send that to us and Mr. Church can do an updated review.
But you'll still need the waiver for the second lot.
You're talking
Which
about
is access by.
That is correct, yes.
Only by the drive.
Okay, that would be part of the road maintenance agreement?
Yes, it's a different thing. They have to, in their code, they have to give you in your approval a waiver.
No,
That you don't have road frontage.
that's correct.
Gotcha.
Okay, on the one line.
Correct. Yeah, just the
You're
first,
taking a parcel and dividing it evenly into pieces, right?
so we had to change the lot line a little bit to accommodate for the septic setbacks.
Right.
And so one's like 2.5, the other one's 2.9,
Okay.
you know, whatever the math is. And the existing house would essentially own the flag out to Doug. And then you'd have a road maintenance agreement for the back lot.
Okay,
Would
so
like-
the
we
private
will still
road
need
down
a-
to Plain.
Right, but we will still need a waiver, that is correct. I don't want to vote on the waiver until we have updated maps.
Okay.
I want to bring up a point. I'm looking at that. Is this considered subdividing a flag lot?
Which I don't think you can do.
Which,
You can't have a second residence on a flag, right?
right, and there's minimal road frontage on Doug Road, which makes the current parcel with the house on it a
Current
flag
parcel
lot.
is a flag.
And then you're adding another lot in the back.
That's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't.
But, so, a couple things, so Zach, that's a good point. I was under the understanding that the lot that he is breaking off is going to have the frontage on Doug Road. But I don't have the map to show that yet.
Well, no, there's that
No.
piece in back never is gonna hit. Doug
Then,
Road.
I was under the understanding he was gonna try to create that, and that's why we had the opportunity. Doesn't reflect it.
That's still a flag lot.
flag party.
It's still a flag lot right now.
No matter what we're dealing with, the lot itself is a flag lot. No matter if
You're talking this lot here with the existing house.
I'm talking about the whole thing.
That's the whole house he
Flag,
subdivided.
Whatever.
Correct, it is a current flag lot, that is correct.
Right,
And I
so
don't think Subdivided
So-
flag.
With the creation of this new lot, we're subdividing the flag.
Access by a private road.
But it
now-
has, but hang on, the existing lot, the existing lot has access off of a private road.
Yeah.
Currently,
Forget the private road, it's a flag, forget even the private road existing. Pretend there's no private roads coming in whatsoever, and that funky shaped lot.
is a flag.
Is a flag lot.
That is correct.
We need to go back and double check. I do not believe we can subdivide a flag lot under our code.
And the thing is,
So it doesn't matter, private drives.
a new code? Cause I did one a few years back. It was the same thing, it was a flag lot with a road maintenance agreement.
See, I thought of the understanding if there's a private road with a road maintenance agreement existing, the flag can be separated because the new lot will not have road frontage, and it will have a road maintenance agreement off of the flag. That's how I understood it. Council and Dave,
We're gonna have to research.
they're gonna need to look at it. Okay,
yeah, it's just,
So you're suggesting that he.
because now you're not
To abandon.
and that's my interpretation, and that's Jerry's interpretation.
He's gotta use the private road.
As,
Doing the private road, he's gotta become part of the road maintenance agreement.
That is
for the private road, and get the permission from all the homeowners.
which
But he's
you've
gotta-
talked to them
I
and,
haven't, I abandoned that idea, because we were gonna put it on our own road. I don't know if you can pull it up quick, Mark, but I sent it to you. Just now, just so you can put it on the screen, because it's all drawn out.
no, I can't,
and
different computers.
even if you try to adjust the lot to make the back lot come off of the flag in the driveway, you gotta redo the private road.
Maren, I have a question for you. Let's just use logic here a second. In the event the flag lot did not have road frontage, and it was just a lot on the private road. Okay.
Flag lot has to have road.
In the event that lot in the back did not have road frontage,
Didn't touch the road like this.
you guys might want to
It
listen to
wasn't a
this.
flag.
Okay, just hear me out a second. In the event that lot in the back did not have road frontage, it was just a lot on the shared driveway, on the road maintenance agreement. Okay, on the private road.
It's just a lot on the private.
Right, on the private road.
So the 5.4 acres, because not subdivided, does what you're saying, make believe there's no flag.
Right, just imagine that there is a lot on the private road that has no road frontage. Hypothetically, the applicant could subdivide that back parcel, still doesn't have road frontage, and add that new parcel to the road maintenance agreement, granted everyone agrees. There's no waiver that's needed for that.
There's always a waiver for shared driveway.
It's a road maintenance agreement, it's a private road.
No, you should build a shared driveway for the back too. It's a
Okay,
private
you're right,
road
you're right,
going
right.
into shared driveway.
Okay, so you need a waiver for the shared driveway, but now the road frontage comes out of play.
Well,
No,
You'd
it's
have
not
to
the
give
road
up
frontage,
the
it's
road.
flag lot, flag.
Now the
Flag.
flag is
It
exempt
doesn't exist.
Right.
You have two landlocked things that flags. out
with
there.
access off the private road and a shared
Access.
driveway agreement.
Basically starts to be a major subdivision, like.
That is
where's-
correct.
So this, and that is what usually happens when you see private road and you have to go call everybody up, because our law says. you must
Everybody has to
contact
sign on,
everybody.
100%.
And yes, it's okay if you add something to our private road.
Yep.
Since they manage the road, we don't do it as a town.
Correct,
If they all say yes, then you could do a shared driveway
with the waiver.
with a waiver. And
And the
special-
flag goes away. The flag doesn't come into
The flag is-
Okay,
But Mark, I think he's been saying, he's been. trying to
that's
say-
correct, but I think this is its only option.
Use the private road.
And the problem is cutting a flag in half, then I think you can't do it, period.
Right, you can't flag a flag in a subdivision.
You see a flag is a flag. Once you make a flag, I believe in our code, it says.
That is correct.
You cannot re-subdivide. So this cannot be re-subdivided. If he ignores that flag, comes in on a private road, this then becomes a major subdivision, whatever, that's the only way to do it.
Now, I will say, if he has everyone signed on to that private road and the road maintenance agreement, he can still use the flag lot as access. He owns it. He can do it. If he wants to put his own driveway in, that's fine. But the driveway and the road maintenance agreement have to be in place and signed on. Otherwise, you are opening this up for a major site.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
So I did a flag lot subdivision off of Route 209.
Yep.
Has something changed since then? This is probably back in 12.
The board,
Is it new?
I have no.
yeah, I don't know anything about what you've done.
I'm just saying.
Has the code changed?
Has the code changed?
I wasn't
The
here.
code has been updated. Yeah. This is something I have no idea.
This was a 3-lot subdivision, all accessed off a 50-foot flag. And I had to do the curb cut, the whole 9. But it was a flag lot that we put three lots in with a road maintenance agreement.
I mean, we had.
That potentially could be the case, but in this situation, you're dealing with an existing subdivision on a existing private road. So for instance, you're not taking a piece of land and subdividing it, making 3 flags. That's a different conversation. This is an existing subdivision that we are altering with access off of a private road. So that,
So was the property that I had, that was subdivided.
What you did back in 2012 was a totally different board.
I understand.
yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I'm saying that you can't subdivide a flag. That may have been in place back in 2012.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
As a board at that time, they ignored it and said, we don't care. I don't know.
Okay.
But none of us were on the board in 2012.
No.
Well,
Just
a few people.
Yeah. Being.
So my question,
Remembered every single application in the last 2 years. I wouldn't be saying that.
so here's my question, is board, Patrick, is the board satisfied with the idea of having a updated private road agreement with everyone signed on, a new road maintenance agreement / shared driveway with a waiver, and for the new lot, regardless of if the applicant wants to make his own driveway or not, that's fine. That's his prerogative, and the highway superintendent. Would we be okay with granting the waiver in that situation? Because that's the only way I can come up with getting to this.
Well, if we can get all of the neighbors to sign the road maintenance agreement and sign the whatever they need to sign, why would there be a need to put another curb cut on Doug Road? I mean,
Yeah,
There wouldn't be.
That's the applicant's,
Yeah.
he owns the land. If that's what he wants to do, he has the ability to do so.
Now we've got 2 accesses. We don't do that either. 2 accesses that's in Boston. We just went through this with
Right.
what's his name?
We deny that.
All I'm getting at is the applicant could abandon the private road and road maintenance agreement and put his own driveway in if he wants to. That's his decision.
No, because the shared driveway must come up with private roads, or the other person in back has to.
That's correct, because they have no other means of egress. Yep.
So they can't be an option.
Okay, so Ian, you have to have a road maintenance agreement and a shared driveway agreement, and all of the applicants have to sign on. In that event, it sounds like this board is willing to grant the waiver in the event you have.
You're sort of amending a major subdivision that way.
Yep.
And no access from Doug Road.
And no access on Doug Road.
Right.
But can I ask you another question? Can he has access to that road, but they were subdivided?
No, we just said that, because we have, that person cannot come in there for the shared driveway.
No, this person do not come on.
It doesn't work because it's.
After the shared, fine. Not the initial is 16.
It's an existing situation.
Yeah, existing road. It was a goat back problem.
Is there any way we can pull this up? Just.
I don't have access to do that. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, because, as per the board's request, the surveyor has it drawn up with the, access via the flag, with everything that was.
Right, but we can't give you access off of the flag because of the existing private road,
Okay,
regardless of what the surveyor did.
I understand.
It just doesn't meet code.
I understand. It's just the last,
I mean, there's some other.
I know,
like-
we understand what was said at the last meeting, and this was just something that we didn't catch as a board.
Well, we didn't have Mr. Church's review.
And we didn't have.
That's what caused this.
And I don't know if the new map, we need to topo.
It's on the new map.
It's on the new map,
yeah, everything that was asked at the last.
and
meeting
there's
is on
some
the
other
map.
new things to put on the new map.
Right, go ahead, Martin. So let's write these down.
As long as-
We're gonna need these
as
on
long
your
as
new
you're
map.
doing it, you might as well. They're on the. It needs to be noted it's in the AP overlay district. The front of lot 2, no, I'm getting told it's that station. Sorry, that's the next one.
So is the AP
Never
overlay?
mind, never mind.
Scratch that?
You need to have,
Distracted.
you need the structures that you're gonna be putting on the new lot you're creating. You need to show that.
It's on there.
They're on the
Oh,
new
is it
map.
on it? Septic?
Yep.
Septic, everything, board out.
That's on the original map.
No, it's not.
Not the one that we have on here. That one there The one that we had on until 5 minutes ago. when
Okay.
we brought that in was not.
Understood.
The right to farm note, is that on there? No. With the right to farm note
No,
and.
I'll send that to you.
You have, it's all wooded in back, it's the woodland, wood line, the line of the wood should be shown on it.
Show the wood line.
And then the line, the lot line goes right through a pond.
No, it's been moved.
It's moved.
Okay.
Fine. I was like, it would be nice if we could
It's-
shove it over.
Yeah,
a little.
honestly, that's just a little retention pond, so
That's gonna be on one property or the other, not both.
it's gonna be on one.
And still maintain the bulk requirements for. the
Yeah,
solar.
it's two
Yeah.
acre, it's 270.
He's got plenty of
It's a tiny little bit.
Okay.
That's all I could think of was, I think most of it we hit on the.
I didn't have show wood line, I had right to farm.
And you still got the highway superintendent's review.
Yeah, so the highway,
Based on the previous app.
well, here's the problem with the highway superintendent is they won't make any jurisdiction on a private road.
But in our
Well, just
code,
the
they
use
have-
of the private road says to use it, the highway superintendent must determine as the condition of the private road and that such private road meets town standards. And then you can impose conditions based on that review.
That's what it says in the code.
I know, how am I gonna get him to write me a letter?
Go tell the town supervisor that he should do his job, that he has to do it.
I mean, is it, if you get it verbally somehow and record it?
I'll get a letter.
I mean, the code says you're gonna use the private road, you gotta get it.
Exactly.
That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, so we'll get you a post-meeting letter. We're gonna need Don to update some things on the map. So we'll send you those as well. You got some work to do with getting the neighbors on board. And once we get everything back, then we can talk about a waiver of how we're gonna do that second lot.
Okay, so,
So the map that you did provide by email,
yeah,
going forward, I'm gonna need 5 hard copies of maps. 2 weeks before the meeting, so we have those.
yeah, no problem.
And
I'm gonna have to revise the map.
yes, don't print this one, revise the next
Yeah, yeah.
one, okay? We'll get you something before the end of the week, so you have it.
Okay, and then as far as like a conditional approval or something, where are we on the?
So we're a little far away. We need to get all these things updated. We need to send a letter to SHPO, which we're gonna do and wait for a response.
Okay.
Once we get that response and we get all the conditions outstanding that Mr. Church provided, the board requested, and the maps are updated, then we can set it for public hearing.
Okay.
Once the public hearing is completed and the board feels adequate with the responses, then we can do a decision and understand for conditional approval and whatever the next steps.
And if we don't get positive responses back from everybody else is on the private driveway, then.
Well, yeah, if you don't get the private road included, then,
It's not very, so,
okay, well, that's gonna be the first step.
okay.
Before
And
you
you get all this stuff, you can like 3 months.
Yeah, can we get some, can you send me some clarification on the whole flag lot thing? 'Cause
Mr. Church will send us the code for you to review.
I'm assuming the code has changed since I did the subdivision
Sounds like it.
and, you
Ian,
know,
it may not have, they may have just ignored it.
okay, that's a big,
Or it may have
oversight,
changed, it
yeah,
did change in response to it.
yeah.
Was that a private road?
No, it was not.
Okay.
It was a flag lot. We did a 3-lot subdivision and,
It was an existing flag and you flagged it again.
we flagged it again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was-
I don't know if the plans have changed. As long as I've been around, I don't ever remember flagging the flag was acceptable. But that's just me and I don't know. I mean, I know more of the lot line side than anything, so I don't know. Yeah.
Don't flag.
Okay, we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Okay. Dave, can you make a note and send me the flag lot?
Yeah.
Me too.
Interpretation?
Not just for learning. purposes.
I have no idea. I know that he sent them and I have it in writing. I looked at my folder. He said I dropped them off. Maybe he dropped them off to Don. And they were old. I know. Terrible. Could be partially my fault, but he did submit them. Where they are, I don't. Great. Okay, Great Blue Heron is no longer here because they are waiting till next month. So Churro, come on up. This is Planning Board 2023-78, a minor subdivision for True Ilgin, which is 15 Railroad LLC. True is the owner of 15 Railroad LLC and is also the applicant and representative. The representative is True Ilgin Architect. This is on 35 Hill Road, a 2-lot subdivision containing 4 acres into 2 acres that have been surveyed now at the request of the board so that we can get the exact measurement of that survey. We do meet density and zoning, so that's okay. A couple things that are on my notes. We will need to set an escrow, which we will set with you before you leave today based on our comments with Mr. Church. Mr. Church also did a review, which we did send to you for comment. Let's get this up. Can you, do we have maps for 15 Railroad LLC? Last name, Ilgin. Okay, can you circulate those, please?
15 Railroad.
Yes.
I did not.
Okay, you're gonna review. Great. That's what we were talking about. Today we need to set escrow. That's why I haven't had you. Okay,
I think escrow was done with the plan.
okay, great. If not, we'll get that updated, but that's fine. Normally, I let you know that I need escrow if you've already done it, and that's fine. If you didn't do it, the supervisors tells me I need.
Okay, cool.
Okay, board, I'm gonna go around quickly. Do you have any comments before we go to anything else?
The only thing I have is, on the, we have 15 Railroad LLC, have a contact info with the address. We usually have phone numbers there too.
Okay.
For contact purposes. Makes it easier.
And you have 15 Railroad Hill Road, but we need to make sure it's in Carson. Is that Carson? Okay, can you put that on there as well?
Yes.
So phone number and address, could reach Rick. Maren,
Oh, wait, I did have one.
Can
Go ahead,
we just
I'm
keep
sorry.
looking at this one?
sorry, go ahead, Rick.
In the corner up here, I asked Mr. Posey to use different colors. Everything's pink. The site, make it either crosshatch, whatever, just to make it easy to read.
Yeah, on the actual upload in the, it's gray, it's great here, but on the map it's bad, yeah.
It could be just a misprint.
Could be, it ran out of ink. Maren,
I don't know, it's flat, it has everything drawn on it.
It's a square lot.
we drove by it, it's like this.
We have the details of the,
It's an existing
I'm just
house.
gonna stare at it for the rest of
Okay,
No, the only thing you need is our rate of farm.
yeah, we need a right to farm note.
Mr. Post knows.
Mr. Post has that.
And by the way, send Mr. Post, I think, the board's thanks and kudos.
For actually giving us a map, that's good.
It doesn't suggest that what he gave us in the past wasn't good, but this is great.
Good.
I agree. Patrick, are we missing anything? I didn't think so, Zach. Maren, you sound good. Zorian? Do we want to set this for public hearing?
I make a motion.
Got it. I have Maren, I have Rick. All in favor of a public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so Drew will get you on the next agenda. Mr. Church will do a brief review from the escrow that you provided, just to make sure we're not missing anything. We'll do seeker at the beginning of the meeting. Also, you will be at the front of the agenda after Wildlands. So it'll be an early part of the meeting. Great for you. And I will get you the post-meeting notes. We'll do that this week, and you're all set.
Great, thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job on the map. Thanks for, tell John, way to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Eggers, are you still alive over there?
Did you take a nap in your car? Go home, eat dinner?
Good. Okay, the next one is the last one. Thank you. 2023-2237, minor subdivision on the Boodle Hole. This is a minor subdivision for Potokar Rosenfield. Representative is Mr. Eggers from Mendenbach and Eggers. They are proposing a 9.21 acre lot to be subdivided into 2 lots, one 3.03 and one 6.18 acres. Bill, do you want to give us a quick overview?
Yeah, this is, on Boodle Hole Road, right at the bridge with Rochester Creek. got a lot of frontage on the Rochester Creek. There's flood hazard area there associated with that creek. There's just over 9 acres, of an existing house, closer, very close to the stream and out by the road. And so what they are requesting is to subdivide, take 3 acres with the house. And then create a second building lot. Its minimum lot size is 2 acres and they're proposing 3 for the house lot there.
So you're making an ugly looking flag
Yeah.
along the boodle hole.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you have 100 foot from top of bank listed, but can you do a better job for us on listing the actual high water mark? 100 feet from the floodplain there on the top. Maren, what do we call that?
What do you call that? Is that top of bank or?
We're supposed to do 100 feet from
The
the
highest-
water mark of the stream.
High water mark of the stream.
So I would relabel.
I like the top of bank, and I'm sure that you're close, but I don't know exactly. So from the high water mark, 100 feet from there, if that makes sense.
So if you got, I mean, this stream appears, the high water mark of this new.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he knows what.
I guess the example would be the high water mark on the other side of the stream, not what we're dealing with, could be quite wide because it's so flat and that's where all the flooding
Yes.
would go out.
Right.
So here, probably wherever your stream bank is, 100 feet will probably be closer to just 100 feet. Because it's never gonna elevate that much because it's so steep.
Because it just spreads out.
It spreads out the other way and it never, you see what I'm saying?
It just fizzles.
Well, the other side's got a really wide high water mark.
Yes.
It could be like, but here, it'll probably just be where the stream edges and 100 feet, which is probably exactly 100 feet from the bank. It
I
probably
agree.
is no different. Just relabel it 100 feet from the high water mark. Unless, I don't even know how you can tell exactly high water marks, especially right now since we know.
Well, you could pull the FD overlay, which will give you a good start. Right, that floodplain overlay on the parcel viewer will give you a good
Right, exactly. Go on, not the parcel viewer, it's better to go on the.
floodway.
Is the only, the high water mark on a freshwater stream. I don't know if it's actually scientifically.
Yeah.
Like
actually have to go
geographically, is
and look at
Talking about the
vegetation,
floodway.
such, and where this typical inundation would go to. There's places where you can see like, okay, the water's here, but the high mark would be up here, but there's all these plants that can grow and get flooded over that.
I remember seeing the boodle hole as high as Gordy Bell's gravel pit. So I know that thing will flood.
Hazard man.
That's
FEMA
what
map.
is on here, this
And
approximate.
use
limit
the
of flood zone.
floodway as the high water mark
Mhm.
Just outline that for us on the map
and then do 100 feet.
and then do 100.
Right.
Is that still Rochester Creek or Tambaco's now?
Say that again?
Did they change the name of Rochester?
Yeah, this should
Change
be.
Rochester.
Right?
The Rochester one's in Mumbai.
Yes, this is the Mumbacas, Bill. So update that on there. You got Rochester Creek.
Gotta be someplace. From previous mapping that we did on the other side of the creek.
That's okay. So update that to show Mumbacas. What else, guys?
So just looking at the driveway, are you doing because it looks like the apron for the current driveway and then the driveway comes in off that, are you sharing that apron?
No,
Or are you're doing another curb cut?
yes, that would be a separate driveway.
Okay, we
Is
gotta
there
get that better delineated then.
Yeah, or is there any way to? Is there any way to avoid another curb cut and use the current driveway?
Combine the
Because it looks
cut,
really tight
combine
right
the
there.
cut
Yes.
Yeah,
You know, if. to
at
Zach's
the
point,
street bill, put them
Yeah.
together.
yeah.
Yeah, I suggest we could bring it in and see, there is like this
Man, you're gonna take that stone wall down twice?
That's what I was. that's my
No,
next-
I'm
that's my
about to-
second
yes.
thing. My second thing is you're interrupting a stone wall twice on this
No.
proposed. motion.
not,
Not if you change the.
Change the lot line there.
Well, yeah,
Take the lot line and run the lot line along the stone wall.
Oh,
can't.
you can't because, and then.
No matter what, you have to break it
And
twice.
then another question is, what are
Why
these
can't-
two red squares? Are these, is this a shed, a garage, a barn, where the current house is?
Oh, yeah, that's garage slash barn.
Can you
the only
outline
one and
that?
The other one's a shed or something.
Can you just label that?
Sure, yep.
Why can't you change the lot line?
Tell me how you do it, no matter what, you cross it twice.
Not if you take the, I mean, as unfortunate as it is, unless you do a shared driveway past the house, past the shed, past the barn, to the back of the property.
That means your side yard
The
setback.
only way you don't interrupt us.
And then you got somebody else's driveway running with you.
Exactly, which again is not attractive, but that's the only way that you. Not.
And then if there's another thing to sort of look at, I don't know, maybe this driveway could be rejiggered or maybe that lot line to some degree. All in the front where the topo looks sort of tight, those are hydric soils and probable wetlands. So the proposed driveway looks, if it could be more shared like Zach was saying, I don't know. It looks like that could be a grading problem, an excavation problem, a culvert problem, et cetera, that we might need to delineate them. That could be there, it's on the DEC map where it says it's probable wetland, and it also says it's hydric soils. So I don't know if we can,
Give ATH or ATM something, which is good rain. The soil, will mark,
well, I'm just saying that the DEC says it's probable wetland.
I will do an after count.
They're
showing ATM type of soil.
I guess when you have a bunch of map notes, and we even bother with them now, we have.
Hang on a second. I'd like to ask the board if they'd like to change this lot, because I don't care.
I don't like.
In my opinion, Bill, and
Just like, we just, like, made a 3 acres.
I'm with you. So here, just my input is, would you agree, or would the applicant be interested in making a lot that goes along the whole stone wall that makes this nice square? Number one, move the house site in that square and then just add this extra to that lot to make this, so it would be a little bit bigger, take a little out of here to still get to 3 acres. But moving that house site means no disturbance on the other side of the stone wall. Now you only have one interruption of the stone wall at the access point. I think the board would like that better. I don't know how you would feel about that, but now you have this whole 5-sided piece, and this is all on one lot, and the house can still be back here.
If you had that frontage on the creek there, where would you want your house?
Oh, I agree with you, but the stone wall is,
This is not a gorgeous stone wall.
it's not,
This is not like, one of those.
okay.
This is like.
I mean, it looks like it, so.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
totally
these are
agree,
like
that makes a way
small
better,
pile of
way better
rocks.
lot, way better lot. But then you have the
Sticking out of the
problem, if
ground.
that stuff in front, if you pull up, if you're on the.
I'm on.
Parcel number?
Yeah.
You see the piece hit soils and see the hydric soil band there, which is the same thing that the DEC says is probable wetlands. It's all in that front, and I don't know what that, I can't read, it's too close and too late, how tight the grade is there.
Shit, you're right.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are
So
you
you're putting it right in the wetlandy kind of area. Yeah, because that was very elegant otherwise.
Bill, the rock wall's not really that bad. I'm trying, I just,
No, I agree.
the rock wall is on your map, it looks great. It's like a really nice one.
You only
It's
have
not
one
scattered.
stone walls. You make different sizes, but you get it to a size you can see it and.
Okay.
We
All
don't.
right, so you don't feel like an interruption in this would be devastation to the rock wall, you feel like it's just a path that was used at one time?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better. I don't like that we're taking it down in 2 locations, but if it's not really a defined, let's call it a Cherry Town rock wall, which we know what I'm talking about. They're 6 feet wide and 4 feet high and
Right. You can drive.
really
right on
nice.
top of them.
Right. Then I feel a little better. Maren, do you?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go drive by and have a look.
Yeah. Rick, do you have any?
I'd like to see this site.
I have.
I had a concern about the driveway and, I guess you angled it the way you did because you had no choice.
You had no choice. And look at this. Look at your hydric soils are right where I
That's
thought.
right.
It makes sense, Bill. You did a good job.
And the grade there, Bill, when I'm coming off of, Royce Smith, the driveway grade, it's not over 10 or 15%, right?
No, and well, the existing driveway coming in there
It's
is,
not the existing, the other one.
well, the new one's gonna be less because it's spread out over a
Over
gradual
much.
slope.
So you're not blasting or anything. You're not doing any blasting.
No, there's no blasting out.
But I
here.
think
This is all
you need,
candy gravel.
you need to get a wetlands.
I would rather the house in the hydric soils than take the rock wall down. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel.
Right, I think both factors need to be considered, the rock wall and the hydric soils, because those are something that we, as a board.
I mean, but you have the hydric soils, that rock wall is wrapping the hydric soils in. Outside of it, like Lauren said.
You don't want your cows and stuff to go in there and end up knee deep in.
Exactly. So have you guys done a feasibility for septic where you're looking? I know Cindy mentioned it, but I haven't seen
I don't think we did on this because of the size of the lot and
Okay.
because in general, the soils in here are pretty loose.
it. Board, what is a priority, the hydric soils or the rock wall or the layout? I
To me,
mean,
it's got the priority is the.
It's the hydro soils,
okay, I agree.
sadly,
It's both.
both, but I keep looking at it, it's a really bad jigsaw puzzle.
I like your
Pieces-
plan
Pieces left.
and you'd want your house back there. I think that's I agree. I see where you're coming from. Okay,
Can
so
they-
They can't, so could they do a shared driveway further up the driveway?
Yeah,
where?
because I think that helps already to
So
go
maybe like,
here at the beginning and cut.
maybe when the, what?
So you're not.
Right,
Exactly.
You'd still have to do
Driveway
two, you'd still have two cuts in the.
I know, but.
I know, but.
You're not going to the middle of the hydric soil, they might not even be able to do it. If the DC goes out and looks at this and says that's wetlands, they're gonna say no driveway there. We have to get a permit from them. If
I
they say
didn't think I
permit.
saw any wetlands on this.
Our entire, everything is left for development now, there's no.
No. I know there's wetlands further down Woodall. Wetlands.
Yeah, I don't see any wetlands on the overlay, the parcel viewer, do you?
Parcel waiver doesn't show, you have to go on the DC.
I did not do that.
Why don't we walk? I also like to-
80,
We
type
could move
of,
this
soil,
driveway.
says runoff.
I think it's too early to walk. I think we need to see his proposal. I do agree with that though, Rick. I think that's.
Move the shed, move the driveway, make it further up as Sam said.
Yeah. All right, so Bill, here's a couple notes for you. We need some map notes. Okay. Let's get those on there. We need any other just administrative tasks that's jumping out at you guys?
Hold on, we settle on the shape of the.
Nope, not yet. Let's just get the administrative, what? Any map notes, whatever they are, right to farm,
This has got everything, it's got DEC township, it's got.
Bill, you have the list of all of them.
It's-
Copy and paste.
Just, I mean, we're here hashing out, is this gonna work
Right.
and the concept of it and everything.
Right, so in my opinion-
And everything
That's fine.
that's.
Okay, in my opinion, I think that we could do a better job with the driveway, potentially a shared driveway, maybe to where you have the word driveway.
Yep, I think
Yeah.
that would be.
Okay, so we would need a shared driveway agreement at that, so put that on your notes, shared driveway agreement.
Yeah.
Better align that outline for us. That would also, a board would potentially give them some more road frontage, maybe a couple feet, which could help.
And
Potential,
maybe if you do that, you can get to your design a bit, if the house can, but then, I don't know if he's gonna like to have the house as close to his house.
well, if this was me, I would move the house back further and move the septic in the front, but it all depends on where you're gonna park.
I just gotta put it down slope from.
Sure.
from What I thought was like the high spot.
Yeah. So I think you got
Some
some,
go the other way, put the septic, towards to the left of the house.
exactly.
And move the house a little further towards that.
I-
drop off.
I think that's better, especially with the shared driveway. That gives them a straight shot to the house.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else?
And you avoid some of the, you get
Slopes.
better avoiding the slopes and the.
Right.
Soil and stuff.
So you're gonna have a shared driveway coming to you, Dave.
And then we'll have a look at.
We'll have to take another look. And then at that time, like Rick said, this might be one that although it looks easy on paper, we want to take a swing by and look at.
Yeah, we could have an epiphany maybe of something else to do. I keep looking at it like,
Well, I'll tell you, I thought I had it figured out until you dropped the bomb on the hydric soils. I thought we were there. I don't see a solution around that. Yeah.
Also, there's use for that, gotta use the DEC.
Yeah. Okay, Bill.
and it's almost worth it to have a wetlands person go and hope they say
There's no.
no. And say, actually, this is.
Well, I'm hoping that Barry's gonna go and do a feasibility on the septic to say he can do it or he can't. If the answer is no, we know it's too wet, and he'll have to move it. So before we ask for wetlands, let's give him the opportunity
What
to,
he does exactly.
yeah, we don't even have a concept plan at this.
The section back in here.
Yep.
High spot is totally different than mine.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
You surveyed this? You were on the site?
I haven't been on the site, but I'm very familiar.
Okay.
Hodakar actually is he owns the.
The
property.
neighbor across the street, yeah.
He bought this property to protect himself from whatever might happen with this property. So
Okay.
that's why he bought it. And then he put a whole bunch of money into fixing up this house, and then he was like, oh, now I gotta sell it because and probably, and I don't know. I kind of said like, I don't think it's gonna fly, but his first concept was cut off this 3 acres with the house, attached lot 2 to his piece across the stream.
I'd be better with that than I am with this.
Oh, yeah.
Can you come up here and give us that analysis?
Yeah, totally.
Really what he wants to do. I don't think, we're talking about, buildings.
So you're taking this lot and taking this 3 acres and adding it to that. Okay.
Keep this, he wants to cut this off, because it's got an existing house on it. He wants to protect his house here from somebody building right here.
Lot lines.
So, right, basically, we put this on here just because it was a subdivision, and we had to show a whole building site.
Sure.
He has no intention of building anything.
So Bill, let's do this.
He really
Forward, think
wants
about this a second. With this idea.
But it was on the other side of the stream, I said, oh, I'll let that go.
Well, we actually would like to see that because that's,
So much better.
so, so in this situation, you come back to us with a lot line improvement,
Right.
adjusting the size of this lot to add that and reduce the house lot size. We're done, one meeting.
Yeah.
That's
And then
good.
it was just showing us it's all.
Now you don't have anything. Because now he's preserving on both sides. Now you have both sides of the stream.
That's great.
Which is really what he wants.
We would love
He just
that.
wants to protect it.
Okay.
Great.
So, okay, so let's go back to the drawing board. Dave, you're not gonna be looking at this one. You're not gonna be looking at a shared driveway. You're gonna come back to us with a new application for a lot line.
Yep.
And Cindy will need to get, let's get all the map notes and everything on there. So for one meeting and
Yeah,
done.
we can, yeah, it simplifies it to that, and we'll just.
I like that better. That preserves the stream too. Now we don't have the high water mark.
Never do it. Tons of work.
Thank you, Bill. Have a good
No,
night.
thank
Sorry for
you.
keeping you here so late.
Thanks for sticking around for me.
Sure. Okay, board, a couple of housekeeping things. One, I am not ready for you to approve the minutes yet because I've just uploaded them today. So they're not ready for you. So I will add this minutes and the other 4 all to the next meeting.
So I will make a motion to, no, you have to make a motion to send, not review the minutes, that's not.
Table,
To table the minutes until the next.
Regular.
meeting.
I have a motion from Maren to table the review of the minutes until the next regular scheduled meeting, a second by Patrick. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, next thing is I'd like to make a motion to cancel the June workshop meeting. At this point, I have nothing to review based on the agenda. I have a lot of applications that are in limbo, but nobody is getting me the stuff in our time frame, and it is not required of a workshop at this point. So I need a motion to cancel the workshop.
What about, who did
No.
we deal with earlier tonight?
No,
No,
then Nadine,
No, not Nadine. It was one of our first applicants where we were on a time crunch. Do their approval.
no,
Oh, Worth. No, we.
Worth was done.
Never mind.
we're all exhausted.
and I'm not, Innis can be on the agenda. Innis can stay open if there's more public, then we'll
We
talk
don't
about
do
it.
public typical workshops, so it's too.
Exactly.
too much.
So I need a motion to cancel June's
I make a
workshop.
motion to cancel the workshop meeting at the end of the month.
I have a second by Patrick. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. See everyone in July. It'll be after July 4th, so have a good holiday.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
What? Really, Zorian, right now?
That's okay. You don't have it. Sit up if you like.
It's 10:30. You caught me sleeping. Okay. Motion to adjourn, Zach,
I second it.
Maren, all in favor? Aye, any opposed? Abstain? Rick, you're good?
I'm good.
Okay, good night, everybody. You guys could help clean up, maybe grab 2 chairs and leave. That would be great.
I may have this. You have all that, I just threw on it. Friends.
Those chairs, all the tables, all the chairs. Yes, we're gonna combine. Can I go or YouTube?
And then like, you ordered that. That was the order, you know what? Oh. This is the planning board cleaning up.
Can't be worse than the.
I'm gonna be doing that on my sleep night. No, yeah.
I don't know what.